This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny, given in Dornach, December 2nd to the 22nd, 1917. Lecture 1, entitled On the Functions of the Nervous System and the Threshold of the Spiritual World, Dornach, December 2nd, 1917. Today we will continue to add to what we have considered so far. Recently I have tried to show you what human life depends on, in specific and also in more general terms. You will have noticed even during the public lectures that I held recently that I was anxious to point out what we need from spiritual science to understand humanity, in order to break free of the thought patterns that human beings throughout the world have gotten caught up in, and they are in the end among the causes leading to the catastrophic events of the present World War I. Above all, people must learn to understand where the boundary between the so-called physical world and the spiritual world lies. This boundary really lies right in the middle of the human being. Precisely this is important for understanding the world. The boundary between the physical world and the spiritual world is found within the human being. I have often pointed out, from the viewpoint of spiritual science, the great importance of natural scientific methods of thinking, both for the present and for the future. But this scientific thought really stands, more or less, where it has always stood from its beginnings. You could well say that it is actually suited for spreading darkness over certain important truths of life. Let us be quite clear. It is only today that historical world development is beginning to introduce scientific thinking gradually into world conceptions and views of life. Today, certain monistic or other associations are engaged in introducing natural scientific thinking into general consciousness, often in a shockingly amateurish way. This is only one of the channels through which natural scientific thinking flows gradually into the human soul. A far more effective and incisive way is through publicity. Not by chance, the new scientific way of thinking and the invention of printing entered the development of humanity at the same time, for they are inwardly connected. Everything that humanity has received so far through printed books, with the exception of books containing materials that existed already, came out of scientific consciousness. I mean that the new element came from scientific consciousness. Above all, the way that thoughts have been captured came from the scientific way of thinking. Theologians will of course raise this objection. Have we not also printed our theological wisdom and all kinds of religious things throughout the last centuries? Yes, this is true. But where has it led us? The way that human souls have become conversant with spiritual life under the auspices of printing has resulted in the spiritual element gradually disappearing from the sphere of religious consciousness altogether. As you already know, under the influence of natural scientific thought, even Christ Jesus has become the, quote, simple man of Nazareth, close quote. And although he has been characterized in many ways, he has, nevertheless, been placed on the same level as other great personalities of history, even if, for the present at least, still above the others. The real spiritual element connected with the mystery of Golgotha gradually disappeared, at least for those who think that they have advanced to the civilization of our times. I have already explained that the scientific way of thinking was obliged at first to cooperate in producing a certain darkening of the spirit, in support of what the spirits of darkness sought to bring into human thinking since 1879. In the scientific sphere, this is very subtle. Both scientifically trained thinkers and scientific experts who cooperate in the general education of our age and in the formation of the world view are compelled to divert human beings from perceiving the boundary that exists within them between the physical world and the spiritual world. They cannot help this, because out of their very best knowledge and conscience, excuse this banal expression, they must work with science as it is and popularize scientific methods of thinking. A future age will dawn for human thinking. It is terrible that such things are mentioned today, and terrible for those who are educated in a particular line of thought, when certain ideas now ruling in science will be thought comical. These ideas have not entered the consciousness of the masses directly, but influence them, because scientists, forgive me, are considered to be authorities. I have often pointed out the idea, as I presented publicly in my book titled Riddles of the Soul, that in current scientific thinking one differentiates between so-called sensory nerves and motor nerves in the nervous system. Parenthesis, we will limit ourselves to the human being for the moment, although this can also be applied somewhat similarly to animals. Close parenthesis. It can be shown schematically that, for instance, any nerve, say a nerve of touch, carries the sensation of touch to the spinal cord, yellow in the diagram. The sensations from the periphery of the body reach the spinal cord. Then, from another point of the spinal cord, the so-called motor nerve goes out, and the impulse of the will is sent on. In the brain, this is shown in a more complicated way, as if the nerves were like telegraph wires. A sense impression on the skin is led to the central organ, and from there an order goes out, as it were, that a movement must be carried out. For instance, a fly settles somewhere on the body, causing a sensation. The sensation is led to the central organ, and there the organ is given to lift the hand to the forehead to chase away the fly. This is an idea that is generally accepted today. A future age will look on this concept as something very comical, for it is comical indeed for those who can comprehend the facts. But it is an idea that is accepted by the majority of professional scientists. Open the nearest book on the elements of science dealing with these things, and there you will find that today we must distinguish between sensory and motor nerves. You will find that they mention particularly the very comical picture of the telegraph wire, that the sensation is conducted to the central organ and that the order is given out from there for the production of a movement. This picture is commonly found in popular science. The reality is far more difficult to grasp than the primitive comparisons with telegraph wires. Spiritual science alone enables us to understand the reality. An impulse of the will has nothing to do with the process described in so childish a way as an order going out from a physical central organ. In fact, both sensory and motor nerves serve the same function. This can be seen whether the nerve cord is interrupted in the spine or in the brain. In the brain, it is merely interrupted in a more complicated way. This interruption or gap does not exist so that something from the external world is conducted through the one half to the central organ, and then from the central organ is formed into a will impulse and is led further. This interruption or gap exists for an entirely different reason. Our nervous system is built in this way and is interrupted in this regular manner because the boundary between physical and spiritual experience lies at the very point of the interruption. It is only a bodily reflection of a complicated spiritual reality, of course. This boundary exists in us in a very remarkable way. When we enter into a relationship with the world around us, this process is connected with the part of the nerve cord that goes as far as the interruption. Yet as soul beings, we must also have a link with our own physical body. This connection with our own physical body is transmitted through the other part of the nerve cord. When an external impression causes me to move my hand, the impulse to move the hand already lies here, shown in the diagram above, already united with the soul, with the sense impression. and the sense impression is conducted along all the sense nerves and along the so-called motor nerves from A to B. It is not true that the sense impression is conducted as far as C, where an order is given that causes B to give rise to a movement. No, when an impulse of the will takes place, the soul element is already fructified at A and passes through the entire interrupted nerve path as indicated in the diagram. It is quite out of the question that such infantile ideas correspond to any form of reality, ideas that presuppose that the soul is to be found somewhere between the sensory and the motor nerves, where it receives an impression from the exterior world and transmits an order from there like a telegraph operator. This childish idea, which we see again and again, is very strange when found in conjunction with the demand that science must at all costs avoid being anthropomorphic. People demand that we not be anthropomorphic, yet they do not realize how anthropomorphic they themselves are when they say that an impression is received, an order is sent out, and so on. They talk and have not the slightest idea what a mythological nature they dream up about the human organism. They would realize it if they took things seriously. Now the question arises, why then is the nerve cord interrupted? It is interrupted because otherwise we would not be included in the whole process. Only because at the point of interruption the impulse springs over the gap, so to speak, parenthesis, the same impulse, if it is a will impulse, starts already from A, close parenthesis, are we connected to both the world and this impulse. If the entire process were uninterrupted with no break at this point, it would be a process of nature in which we would not participate. Imagine the same process in a so-called reflex movement. A fly settles somewhere on your body, you chase away the fly, and the whole process never fully enters your consciousness. The entire process has its analogy, an entirely justified analogy, in the sphere of physics. Take a rubber ball, for instance. You press in on it and deform it, but the ball fills out again and resumes its former shape. You press in, and the ball presses out again. This is the simple physical process, a reflex movement, except that there is no organ of perception. There is nothing spiritual involved in the process. But if you bring something spiritual in at this point, inner circle of the diagram, and interrupt the process, the rubber ball will feel itself to be an individual being. Of course, the rubber ball would have to have a nervous system in order to feel itself and the world. A nervous system always exists so that we may feel the world in ourselves. It never exists merely to pass on a sensation along one side of the wire and a motor impulse along the other side. I point this out because the pursuance of this subject leads us to one of the many points where natural science must be corrected, if it is to lead to ideas that correspond approximately to the real facts. The ideas ruling today are nothing other than ideas serving the impulses of the spirits of darkness. The boundary between physical and spiritual experience lies within the human being. You see, this piece of nerve, which I indicated in red, serves essentially to place us into the physical world, to convey sensations within the physical world. The other piece of nerve, indicated in blue, serves basically to make us sense ourselves as a body. There is no essential difference whether we experience a color consciously from outside, through the nerve cord A through C, or whether we experience the position of an organ from inside through the cord D through B. In the one case, we experience something physical that does not appear to be in us. And in the other case, we experience something physical that is enclosed within our skin. The fact that we can experience not only what is outside, but also what is within us, places us in the process that can be experienced as a will process. The strength of the perception varies according to the nerve cords that transmit it. The cord A through C or the cord D through B, indeed a definite weakening of the intensity takes place. When an idea is linked up with a will impulse in A, the impulse is passed on from A. When it jumps from C to D, the whole process weakens to such an extent in our conscious experience that we experience its continuation, for instance the lifting of our hand, only with the low intensity of consciousness that we possess during sleep. We are again aware of the will when the hand moves, when we have a sensation from another side. Sleep continually extends anatomically, physiologically, into our waking life. We are connected with the exterior, physical world, but are awake only with the part of our being that goes as far as the interruption of the nerves. We sleep through what lies in us beyond this interruption in the nerves, even by day. In the present stage of the development of the earth, this process is not yet physical. It takes place on a certain spiritual level, although it is connected to a great extent with the lower qualities of human nature. However, I have often expounded the secret that the human being's lower nature connects precisely with the higher manifestations of certain spiritual beings. If we were to note all the places in the human being where the nerves are interrupted and draw them in a diagram, we would obtain a diagram of the boundary between experiencing in the physical world and experiencing in the higher world. Hence I can use the following diagram. Suppose that I indicate here all the nerve interruptions. Here is the head and here is a leg. Now suppose that a so-called impression goes out from here and that the interruption of the nerve is in this place, bringing about, quote-unquote, walking. The real process is that everything that we experience through the nerve here is experienced by day in a waking way. And what we experience here as unconscious will is experienced in a sleeping way, even when we are awake. The spiritual world directly forms and creates everything that lies below the point of interruption in the nerves. These things may be difficult to understand when you hear them for the first time, but they should make you aware that you cannot work with the more intimate questions of knowledge of the human being without certain difficulties. When it becomes clear to you that everything above the boundary line, read in the drawing, connects us with the physical world, and everything below the boundary connects with the spiritual world, which we possess only as a subordinate physical image, you will be able to connect another conception to it. Think of the plant world. The plants grow out of the earth, but they would not do so unless they received forces from the cosmos that are intimately connected with the life of the sun and forces generated by the earth. In order to understand this better, read again my essay, quote, Human Life from the Viewpoint of Spiritual Science, end of title. All these cosmic forces, everything that pours in from the universe out of the sun's life, together with all that emanates from the earth, belongs to the life of the plants. This joint action of cosmic and telluric, or earthly forces, is part of the life and existence in the physical world as we must understand it. The forces working on the plants below this line, see drawing, from the earth, together with the plant's germinating force as the seed is put into the soil, are the same kind as those we must seek here, where the red lines are indicated. We must look for the forces that the plant receives from the earth through its roots, above the boundary line indicated in the diagram. What the plant assimilates from the soil through its roots, we human beings take from the earth in a more delicate way, through our eyes and ears, and above all through our skin. Human beings are earthly beings through their nerves, through the form of telluric or earthly forces in the air they breathe, and through the food that the earth gives them. Human beings receive earthly forces through their organs in a refined way, while the plant receives them in a coarser way through its roots. The plant receives yet other forces as well. It receives forces that stream in from the sun's sphere, from the heavenly sphere, the sphere of the cosmic spaces or universe. Parenthesis, in my diagram, this sphere is indicated in blue. Close parenthesis. They are of the same kind as those indicated in blue beyond the boundary line. Human beings draw out of their bodies what the plants draw out of the universe. Human beings take from the earth in a more refined state the forces and substances that the plant assimilates more coarsely from the soil through its roots. Out of our bodies, however, we human beings draw more coarsely the same forces and substances that the plant draws in a more refined state from the universe. These forces that human beings draw out of their bodies today do not currently exist in the cosmos in the same form. They existed as such during the old moon period, and we have preserved them from that period. Through what lies beyond this boundary line, blue in the diagram, we do not receive our perceptions immediately from the present, but from what we brought over as an inheritance from the old moon period. We have carried the cosmic element of a past age into the present. We have preserved the moon conditions in our bodies. You can see that we are cosmic to a certain extent, and are even connected with the cosmos in such a way that we bear within us an image of what has already been conquered by the universe outside. This is another example of what I mentioned in a previous lecture, that it is not useful to say from a general or vague standpoint that human beings must again have a cosmic way of feeling, or take in cosmic ideas. These things are only of value if we approach them quite concretely, and if we really know how matters stand. This will place the experimental attempts of the present day on a really sound basis. If we know that everything in the human body, lying beyond the nerve interruptions, is connected with the moon nature, we will be able to find the forces in the cosmos and in the life on earth that make us ill or that heal us. When we begin to understand the connection between what lies on this side of the boundary and the conditions of the earth, only in a finer way than the plant's connection with the soil through its roots, we will be able to discover in a really conscious way the connection between illness and health and the nature of certain plants. These things are still in the experimental stage today. Our thinking must first be placed on a sound basis to form a proper foundation of knowledge for the conceptions and ideas that we develop, so that our thinking may regulate, permeate, and give a certain structure to the social, ethical, pedagogical, and political aspects of life. We perceive that just those people who exercise solid scientific thinking, expert thinking, begin to fabricate and talk absolute nonsense when they transfer their usual ideas to the sphere of social life. But the sphere of social life is not an entirely independent sphere. Human beings stand within this social life with their physical, soul, and spiritual natures, and it is not possible to separate these things from one another. We must not remain complacent that people are made scientifically stupid in the social sphere, so that they may only be able to talk nonsense where the social sphere is concerned. It is quite easy today to prove that experienced scientists begin to talk nonsense when they cross the boundary between science and spiritual life. In particular, medical professionals produce all kinds of absurdities with the ideas that are gained today in the realm of science when they enter the spiritual sphere. We need not search far afield. Any example taken from human life will serve, for wherever we look we shall find confusion in this respect. For instance, there is a pamphlet by a very good doctor entitled The Injurious Effects of the War upon the Nervous System and Mental Life. In order not to arouse your prejudice, I will not even say what a good doctor he is. This excellent medical man, however, observed the nervous system, of which science has not even a glimmer of a correct idea. This can be realized from the few examples I have given today. He observed to what extent the nervous system has been injured by the present war conditions. We need only consider the most primitive examples in order to show how truly sound thinking ceases when scientific conceptions are transferred to what is connected with the spiritual sphere. I will not even say to the spiritual sphere itself. The discussion of such a subject as titled The Injurious Effects of the War upon the Nervous System and Mental Life makes it necessary to express what is supposed to take place in the nerves through all kinds of ideas taken from the spiritual mental life, naturally the spiritual life that takes its course on the physical plane. This man, for instance, presents the concept of, quote, overestimated ideas, close quote, which is supposed to be justified under certain abnormal conditions of the nerves. Overestimated ideas are a symptom of diseased nerves. What are overestimated ideas? You see, anyone who presents such a concept must make sure that it is real in life. But what is an overestimated idea? This doctor says it arises when the feeling or sensation in the thought is emphasized too strongly, when it is one-sided. Indeed, he brings forward all kinds of vague ideas. Of course, I cannot give you a specific idea of this, but do not ascribe this lack of a clear definition to spiritual science, for I am only reporting what he said. He states that an overestimated thought arises, for instance, if one hates a foreign country excessively because of the war. A quote-unquote valued thought would be proper love for one's country, but this patriotism becomes, quote, overvalued, close quote, when the nervous system is irritated. Accordingly, one does not only love one's own country, but hates the other countries. Then the thought has become overvalued. The valued thought is sound, but from the valued thought one must conclude that the nerves also are sound. But if the thought is overvalued, the nerves are injured. Do we meet reality anywhere if we characterize on the one hand a nerve process and on the other hand a thought that is supposed to have a certain quality? As a thought, it is supposed to be overvalued. The nerve process is on one side and the overvalued idea on the other. People would do well always to think out such things to the very end, for a thought reveals itself as correct or incorrect, as real or unreal, only if it is thought out to the end. For instance, it would undoubtedly be an overvalued thought if I were to think that I am the King of Spain. Yet it would not be overvalued if I really happened to be the King of Spain. In this case, my nervous system would be quite sound, even though the thought is the same. It has the same content. Hence, the thought itself is not overvalued. Otherwise, we must believe the King of Spain to be afflicted with nerve troubles, because he thinks that he is the King of Spain. This concept is meaningless. Nevertheless, there is a great deal of talk about these things. There is not only talk, but people form concepts, definitions, and so on. The results are very strange, and not worth more than idle chatter. You see, now this doctor has formed the concept of overvalued ideas. The overvaluation of thoughts is now a symptom for disturbances in the life of the nerves. Very well. But his subconsciousness does not feel very much at ease, for subconsciously he feels that while he explains the overvaluation of thoughts, his listeners have all kinds of subconscious thoughts. They think there is a flaw in the argument, but of course this remains in their subconsciousness, for the doctor is an authority. So their impressions must not rise into consciousness. Quote, for the designation overvaluation expresses not only the vivid and high valuation of the ideas in question, but also their overvaluation in connection with the real facts that lie at their foundation. The overvalued idea rules the consciousness to such an extent that there is no room beside it for other objective thoughts, which are also justified. For this reason, the latter are pushed aside and lose their efficacy in the consciousness, and also lose their influence in bridling and limiting the overvalued thoughts. Thus, a one-sided exaggeration arises in the forming of judgments, the one-sided direction in the striving of the will, and the turning away from all other spheres of thought that are not immediately connected with the center of the overvalued thoughts. Close quote. It is more or less like saying that poverty comes from povretta. Quote, for that reason the nervous, excited consciousness appears as irrational and mentally ungrounded to the observer judging peacefully. It corresponds to reality when the quiet observer tries to bring the nervous, excited person back into proper thinking and judgment by saying, so get a grip, be reasonable. Close quote. So, the doctor has spoken of the overvaluing of ideas, of their connection with the nervous system. However, now he becomes somewhat murky in his subconsciousness, for the story is only talk and is not appropriate. Then he goes on with his talk, quote, we may not, however, automatically treat the overvalued idea as equal to every manner of thinking that is unusually lively or has an emphasis of feeling. Also, everything noble and lofty that moves the human spirit, that makes us capable of great deeds, that brings devotion and inspiration, and that awakens us to exert all of our forces to accomplish a great purpose, all this springs out of great ideas that rule the spirit and give the strength and perseverance of will, without which goal-directed actions would not be possible. Close quote. Overvalued ideas damage the nervous system. They are at least a symptom for it, but actually everything lofty and noble is as well. There is no real difference. However, we must at least mention that history is also just as much a symptom. Quote, everywhere in the history of the individual or of peoples, we see great deeds fulfilled under the influence of the great leading ideas that drove the will of their bearer unhaltingly forward on the same track, in a certain direction, giving the inexhaustible perseverance to reach the goal recognized and striven for, in spite of all struggles and obstacles. What would have become of Galileo, of Richard Wagner, of Bismarck, and many other great individualities, without the force of a leading idea that drove the spirit forward in a specific direction of will for decades and years in spite of all the struggles and obstacles? Close quote. Thus, with ideas that were overvalued, extremely overvalued. Sometimes such an attack of honesty is carried out. It gives a scientific direction that explains all geniality as something insane, because on this basis a real difference between genius and insanity cannot be found. And I have told you that there are works today that make Christ Jesus out to be pathologically ill, so that actually all of Christianity is the result of the fact that once in Palestine someone named Jesus was not quite bright. This is the topic today for various earnest personalities who are respected scientifically and academically. The emptiness of such thinking comes to light glaringly, such as when the gentleman in question immediately continues, quote, yet therein lies the tragedy of the human spirit, that the ideas that fill the consciousness with great power are not always correct. Close quote. Very profoundly is the tragedy of the human spirit explained. Extraordinarily profound. Oh wait, let me read that again. Quote, yet therein lies the tragedy of the human spirit, that the ideas that fill the consciousness with great power are not always correct. Close quote. Very profoundly is the tragedy of the human spirit explained. Extraordinarily profound. And further, quote, and do not always adapt themselves to the ordered context of the outer world. Close quote. And there we have it. How far are these kinds of ideas from the knowledge that can be reached only on the foundation of such examinations as we make here? Certainly, two people may have the same thought substance, but in one case it is luciferic, in the other case Ahrimanic, and in a third case it may be in keeping with the normal development of humanity. Instead of coining the empty expression overvalued thoughts, we must accept the idea of Luciferic or Harmonic spirituality. Then we shall know that the important point is to recognize whether a human being wills something out of himself or herself, or whether something else in him or her wills it. But of course, so-called science still shrinks from such views. And if we expect real concrete results from science, things become very amusing. Listen to this, quote, "First of all, I will define," close quote, he wishes first to show the symptoms of certain nervous disturbances, quote, "the thoughts that often play the chief role in the nervousness of an individual," close quote. He means also with the modern nationality mania. Quote, "the ideas of despondency, worry, fear, and lack of courage and self-confidence," close quote. Very well. These are the things that characterize the disturbed nervous system in the nervous life that is subject to overvalued thoughts. Despondency, care, fear, and lack of courage and self-confidence. Well, such a lecture is meant to be of help somehow. Parenthesis, for this authority probably does not speak merely to cause vibrations in the air, but because he wants to be useful, close parenthesis. Therefore, we would expect this gentleman to tell us how humanity can overcome these problems, because he finds not only in individuals but also in humanity lack of courage, worry, despondency, and lack of self-confidence to be symptoms of nervous disturbances. One would take this for granted. Indeed, he actually takes it for granted, for he says, quote, "Thus, for a time at least, that discontented, discouraged mood can spread among the great masses of the people. This is to be feared more than anything else, for it leads to the abandonment of strong, sound impulses of the will. It loosens the firm, undivided striving after a goal, and weakens the energy and endurance." Close quote. Now we expect something, don't we? He continues, quote, "Not to be nervous, therefore, means above all courage, confidence, trust in one's own strength, and not swerving from what has been recognized as the right course of action." Close quote. So, wonderful. Now we have it. People are nervous when they are oppressed by care, lack of courage, despondency, lack of self-confidence. How do they get rid of their nervousness? When they are not oppressed by all this. This is quite clear, is it not? When they are not oppressed by all these things. Emptiness of thought is carried over into substantiality in science. Certain authorities have at their disposal all the material, having taken possession of it. When any attempt is made to work upon the material with reason, one finds that the authorities have already confiscated it. But when they work upon it themselves, they do so with empty thoughts. All anatomical, physiological, and physical subject matter is consequently lost. Nothing is created, for at the very table where something useful for humanity should be produced, people stand with these worthless thoughts. Certainly nothing can come of the dissection of a cadaver when, parenthesis, forgive the hard expression, close parenthesis, and, quote, empty head, unquote, does the dissecting. Already here the matter becomes social. Things must be considered from this point of view, and a very promising treatise that gives account of a lecture ends in just such a manner. I have given you one example. Not to become nervous means, above all, not to lose courage, confidence, and trust. But when today the average reader takes up such a treatise and reads the title, "The Injurious Effects of the War upon the Nervous System and Mental Life," and thinks, "Here I shall be enlightened, for this is by Professor so-and-so, director of the medical hospital in such and such a place," well, now he is clear about it. Now, naturally, he is enlightened. But on page 12, where national hatred is discussed, we read, quote, "Certainly similar impulses flared up within us, and we found it almost a relief and satisfaction to oppose our greatest enemies with a similar attitude ourselves. And yet only a little quiet consideration is needed to realize that this general national hatred is only the outcome of a diseased, overstimulated mood of soul, into which the various peoples have fallen through mutually inflaming, inciting, and imitating one another." Close quote. How then has the history of national hatred arisen according to this statement? Here are various peoples, A, B, and C, but neither A, B, nor C are in any way of themselves capable of hating. This general national hatred has developed through a diseased, overstimulated mood of soul into which the various peoples have fallen, through mutually inflaming, inciting, and imitating one another. Thus A cannot bring it about, B also cannot, nor can C. But what each is unable to do, they achieve by mutually inciting one another. Consider how ingenious the thought is. I explain something and have before me A, B, and C. All of what I have said is unable to provide an adequate explanation, but provides an explanation just the same. Thus I explain something out of nothing in the most beautiful manner. People pick up these things and read them without observing that they are simply nonsense. It is necessary to point out such things, because they show how disjointed and empty the thinking is that assumes authority today. Naturally, in science pertaining to what already exists, this does not come to light so because it cannot be controlled. But in the same way that people think here in the realm of science, so they also think in social, pedagogical, and political life, and thus has been prepared, and this has been prepared during the last 4 centuries. This is the present situation. So it has come about that gradually, out of the disjointed, worthless thought, impulses like those that meet us in the present catastrophic events have arisen. Here we must penetrate thoroughly to the roots of the matter, and only when people then come to the surface of things, where the matter becomes actual for the individual human being, and can also become so for the social structure of whole peoples, then the matter becomes especially horribly wretched. It is our task, on the one hand, to grasp these things, is it not? We must learn to know them within their mutual limits, if we are to understand them. If we wish to understand such an event as the present war, which is so complicated, and which unquestionably cannot be grasped in its details from the physical plane, we must, as people say, trace it back to its causes. But people believe, when they have traced a matter back to its causes, and have understood it in this manner, that it was a necessity, that it had to happen, just as it has. Today, for instance, we do not in the least notice that the one thing has nothing whatever to do with the other. Just because we understand something in its interrelations does not mean that the event had to take place, that it could not have been omitted. People try to make clear to themselves, in a more or less intelligent way, why the present war had to come, why it is not something determined by a few people, but something connected with deeper causes in the development of humanity. Those people often go away satisfied and say, "Now I understand that nothing else was possible except that this war should come." It is obviously a necessity in the sense that when we recognize its causes, we see that it develops with absolute necessity out of those causes, out of these concrete conditions. But this does not mean that we may draw the conclusion that things had to happen directly, regardless of what the causes or conditions are, just as they have happened. No event arising in world history is necessary in this latter sense. Although in the former sense it is necessary, no event is necessary in this latter sense. Each event might have been different, and each might not have happened at all. Those who speak of absolute necessity might reflect with the same right. I would like to know when I will die. Now, if I go to a life insurance company, they reckon out, determining the amount of the insurance policies accordingly, how many people out of a certain number have died in a given length of time and how many still live. The insurance company is paid accordingly. I go to a life insurance company for information, and it must appear from their calculations whether I shall be dead or not in 1920. This is naturally complete nonsense, But it is exactly the same nonsense when we try to derive the necessity of one event from another out of the realization of the cause that must lead to that event. Here I touch upon a theme that indeed is not easy, because in this sphere the most disjointed ideas are prevalent, and in this realm today people have very little will to become clear about things. If we really wish to be clear on this point, we must recognize that when something takes place, it does so under the influence of certain conditions. In a sequence of circumstances, we always come to a certain point where there are beginnings, real beginnings. If today we see a sapling that is still small, we know that later on it will become larger. The size of the tree develops of necessity from out of its smallness. But if the seed had not fallen into the earth at this particular spot, what then? Perhaps someone planted it there. But if no one had done so, then here would be a point where necessity would not have been introduced. Now, however, necessity must begin here. Let us say we look at a mighty oak here before us. It is not here in reality, and admire it. It was once naturally a sapling and has grown from this sapling according to necessity. But now imagine that a good-for-nothing boy or girl had come along while it was still very small and pulled it up. Because it was pulled up, the whole necessity does not ensue. Also, in a negative way, the necessity may be done away with. Starting points, where the necessities begin, reveal themselves to thinking that conforms to reality. This is the essential point. But we do not come to these starting points when we observe merely the outer course of events. We reach them only when we can, at least, feel the spiritual foundations. For example, when abstract thinkers form a concept of this bunch of roses here, an idea results that copies reality, for to them the roses are real and the idea copies reality. Whereas when esotericists form a concept of this bunch of roses, it is not real, because the roses do not exist. The roses can only exist when they are connected with their roots in the earth. The real concept does not result when, from the outset, we form an image of something that is external, but only when out of the reality we reproduce the concept or imagination we have experienced. But this experienced concept yields itself only to spiritual scientific contemplation or examination, even in the case of outer sense reality. A valid concept of an historical world event is only reached when we can view this event according to the methods of spiritual science. Here we find that we may indeed trace the origins of its necessity. We find its ramifications, its roots within reality. But something is accomplished only by actually tracing the roots, not by the general statement of an abstract necessity. For instance, had certain events during the 1880s been different, the events in 1914 would also have been different. But this is the important point, that we do not proceed as the historian does, who says, quote, "What now takes place in the effect of preceding events, these are in turn the effect of preceding events, which are the effect of still other events," close quote, and so on. We come thus not only to the beginning of the world, but still farther into complete nothingness. One such idea rolls along behind the other. This is not the important thing, but rather that we follow the matter concretely to where it first took root. Just as the root of a plant begins somewhere, so also do events. Seeds are sown in the course of time. If the seeds are not sown, then the events do not arise. I have touched upon a theme here that I naturally cannot exhaust today. We shall have more to say later, Sunday, on this subject, that I will describe essentially thus. In spite of all considerations of necessity, there is not a single event that is absolutely necessary. It is really essential that human beings of the present day should, in their whole attitude of mind, emerge from this frightful dogmatism that permeates modern science, and that things should be taken seriously. I will close by giving you a good example. At Zurich and Basel, I tried to explain what nonsense it is to consider a sequence of historical events in such a way that one event must necessarily arise out of another. I said that it would be absurd if we were only to consider the one occurrence as proceeding out of the other. This is the same as if I said, here is a light that illuminates first the object A, then the object B, then the object C. If I do not notice the source of the light, I see merely the fact that first A, then B, then C, in turn, become illuminated. I would be mistaken if on seeing first A and then B illuminated, I were to say that B is lighted by A, and when I see that then C is illuminated, I would be in error if I were to say that C is lighted by B. This would be quite incorrect, for the illumination of B and C have nothing to do with it. They all received light from a common source. I gave this example in order to explain historical events. Now suppose that somebody found this idea quite a nice one. It is possible, is it not, that someone might believe that an idea springing up from anthroposophical soil was quite good. Indeed, here and there, our opponents have taken such ideas to use for themselves. Many indeed have become opponents, because such things had to be censured. Thus it is quite possible that an analogy brought forward from an anthroposophical quarter might not be absolutely foolish. Suppose some person used it in a different context than I had, and used it dogmatically, not symptomatically as I did. Assume that he used it with a quite different attitude of mind, and that I heard him say in a lecture, quote, the sequence of cause and effect is quite wrongly explained by continually saying that effect B is the result of cause A, effect C of cause B, and so on. For this would be the same mistake as when one says when A is illumined, B is illumined, and C is illumined, then B is illumined by A and C by B, close quote. If the explanation were not given in the same context that I used in Basel and Zurich, then I would perhaps object to the lecturer's conclusions based on his connection. I would perhaps say, quote, supposing that A, B, and C are luminescent substances, there are such substances that become luminous when exposed to light, and continue to glow even when the source of light is removed. Suppose that A, being luminescent, actually illumines B, and that B, being luminescent, illumines C. Then B would in truth be lighted by A and C by B. In this way, the whole analogy can become very brittle when it is used by someone who does not understand that concepts for the realities of spiritual life are like photographs that differ when taken from different sides. If this is not said at the outset, if the lecturer does not lead up to ideas that conform to reality, so that these ideas are always seen from a certain perspective, then what has been said quite rightly from a certain perspective may become nonsense when used in an absolute sense. The difference lies in whether people start from the reality or from ideas. If they start from ideas, they will always be one-sided. But when they try to take reality as their starting point, since they can only bring forth ideas and nothing else, and every idea is one-sided, they must produce one-sided ideas. That is quite obvious. Thus you see that a complete, deep-reaching change of the soul life is essential. For this reason, it is not difficult at all to criticize many ideas I bring. I do not know if anyone would have hit upon this particular criticism, but I already think of everything that needs to be criticized myself. We must be conscious of how the idea is related to reality. Only then shall we be able to penetrate into reality. Otherwise we shall always quarrel about ideas. Today the whole world is fighting about ideas in the social sphere, although, as frequently happens, this fight has been transformed into external deeds. These things lead into the intimacies of the spiritual life. Those who want to understand existence must reflect on such things. I have called your attention to these matters today in a more theoretical way. Next time I will speak of contemporary history from this standpoint, and will show to what extent certain events were necessary, and yet to what extent they were quite unnecessary, and how quite different events might have happened instead. The catastrophic events under which we are all suffering need not have happened at all. We shall speak of these important questions in the next lecture. That is the end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is Lecture 2, entitled Concerning the World of the Dead, given in Dornach on December 9th, 1917. During these lectures, we will consider certain matters that will culminate tomorrow or the next day in a discussion of historical necessity and freedom. We will see in what sense an historical event is necessary, and in what sense such an event, as something that intervenes in the human soul life, could happen in a different way. Indeed, today, when such important events intervene in human life, this is a problem of especially deep significance. For in face of the sad, catastrophic events of the present day, World War I, we all must indeed ask ourselves, how much do such happenings depend on a certain necessity? And how could the present events have turned out differently had they been able to take a different form? It will be our aim during these lectures to reply to this large, inclusive question with knowledge based on esoteric foundations that may be discussed publicly. But we must proceed from a more inclusive observation of human life. It is a prerequisite that we must deepen ourselves somewhat from a certain side in human nature itself. For as you perhaps understood from the lectures held recently, forces that come from the world between death and a new birth play constantly into human life. The forces in which the so-called dead are embedded play much more intensely into this life than we imagine. As human beings, we are formed so that the threshold between the everyday physical world and the spiritual world goes right through the middle of the human being. If we contemplate our everyday life, which we considered the last time more from the physical side, and today more from the side of the soul, then we may say, while we are incarnated here in the physical body, we have active in us everything that can be experienced through the senses, everything spread out around us as a tapestry of matter, about which we receive information through our senses. We then build upon this sense world, which we are also able to penetrate independently in our thought life. When we unite the sense life and the thought life, we have basically everything that constitutes our usual waking consciousness. From the moment we awaken in the morning until the moment we fall asleep, we are truly awake only in our sense impressions and in our thinking. We are not fully awake in our feeling life. And there lies the threshold, practically unnoticed by everyday consciousness, between the thought life and the feeling life. For we are not conscious at all of what penetrates our feeling life as a deeper reality. We are conscious of the feelings themselves. They surge up out of a subconscious world, but we are conscious of them no more than we are of our dreams when we are asleep. As I said recently here in Switzerland, in public lectures, while we live in our feeling life, we are actually sleep and dreaming. The dream life extends itself over into our waking life. We are really in a continuous dream state, from the moment of going to sleep to that of awakening. But we are only conscious of those dreams that are most strongly connected with our physical existence. Only in the deeper layers of our consciousness do we sleep, so to say, dreamlessly. But this dreaming and dreamless sleep, life, Let me read that again. But this dreaming and dreamless sleep life goes over into our feeling life, into the life of our emotions. And we know no more of the reality, of the actual content of the ordinary consciousness of our feeling life, than we know of what actually occurs when we dream at night. Therefore, we could also say in these lectures that the human being does not inwardly experience the content of what is called history with waking consciousness, but dreams through it. History is a cosmic dream of the human being, for the impulses living in history actually live in feeling and emotional impulses. We dream while we experience history. Thus the life of feeling lies beneath the threshold of the actual waking consciousness. Also in this soul connection, the boundary between the conscious and the subconscious life goes through the middle of the human being. In our will life, we are completely asleep, for we know nothing about what actually lives in the will with our everyday consciousness. Our ordinary consciousness perceives the reality of the will in exactly the same way that it lives in deep sleep. We follow consciously only what comes out of the will and has already gone over into action. In this action we awaken. In the execution of the will we cannot awaken. Hence philosophers continually quarrel about the freedom and the non-freedom of the will, because they cannot penetrate into the realm from which the will really draws its impulses, which can be seen only with clairvoyant consciousness. Thus, I accentuate it once more, also in the soul connection, the threshold between the actual physical world of waking life and the world that lies in the... let me read that again. Thus I accentuate it once more, also in the soul connection, the threshold between the actual physical world of waking life and the world that lies in the middle of the human being. Now everything we experience between death and a new birth plays right into our life of the feeling and the will, that is, into what we sleep and dream through. The experiences of the dead are actually in the world where we live in feeling and willing. Only we do not know, with our ordinary consciousness, the realities that live in feeling and willing. If we could live through the reality of the feeling life, and especially the reality of the willing life, just as in waking we live through the reality of the sense perceptions and the thought conceptions, the conceptions to a lesser degree, then those who have died would be just as much in continual connection with us as someone who is with us here on the physical plane. And we would be able to receive impressions from the dead in our waking consciousness through our senses and thought life. What is living in the impulses of the dead juts continually into our feeling life and into the life of our will impulses. And only because we miss it by dreaming and sleeping through it do we feel separated from the dead. Fundamentally, however, the world of the so-called dead is quite different from the world of those incarnated in the physical body. Ask yourself in a thought-filled way, what then exists for the waking, non-clairvoyant consciousness from the time of waking until going to sleep? The answer is only what we experience in the world, which is spread out as a tapestry of sense impressions, and the world we fashion out of this sense world through our thought conceptions. In the first place, everything of this world, belonging to the so-called mineral kingdom, which we perceive with our sense organs, does not exist directly for the dead. The stars, the sun, and the moon, for example, belong to this mineral world. In general, everything belongs to it that is perceptible to the senses. A large region of the plant world belongs to it also. These are primarily regions that do not lie open to the spiritual and soul eyes of the dead. On the other hand, The soul eyes of the dead are open to the world that we are more or less conscious of, which is veiled by the sense world, that is to say, the world of impulses, of the forces living in the animals. This is the lowest world for the dead, in exactly the same way that the mineral world is the lowest world for us here in the physical body. Just as for us, the plant world sprouts forth and builds itself up out of the mineral kingdom, so for the dead, the human world builds itself as a soul world out of the foundation of the animal world. And just as the animal kingdom forms the third category for us, based upon the mineral and plant world, so the kingdom of the angels, archangels, and so on forms a higher kingdom for the dead. Therefore, the dead exist in a different environment than that of human beings living in physical bodies. Just imagine for a moment how it would be if everything you perceive with the senses, about which you form concepts in your physical body, were taken out of the physical world. There would remain for non-clairvoyant perception something that can only look like a dream world. It would appear like a world that can only be dreamt, that cannot live any more strongly in the consciousness than a dream. But the distinction becomes clearer if we look at it in yet another way. The essential characteristic of our life in the physical body is that we are conscious, that whatever we do with the beings of the mineral and plant remains relatively a matter of indifference to them. We indeed act under the influence of this thought just expressed. We break a stone and have the idea that we do not cause the stone pain or give it any joy. You know that inwardly the matter is somewhat different, but as far as we human beings are in contact with the surrounding mineral world, we think, with a certain justification, that joy and pain are not aroused when we do something like break a stone to pieces. We behave in a similar way to the plant world. There are very few human beings now who, for example, feel a sort of pain or compassion when a flower is plucked. There are very few individuals who prefer to leave the rose on the bush rather than have the rose bouquet in their room. It is with the animal world that we first begin to bring our humanity directly into relationship with the surrounding world. And yet, let it be said once more that it is rare to find human beings today who have even a remotely similar feeling when plucking roses for a bouquet to what they would have tearing off the heads of animals. Even among anthroposophists, I have found that not everyone always prefers to leave roses on the bush, although the feeling has already progressed so far that no one has ever presented me with a bouquet of nightingale heads at a gathering. Here we begin to feel how the life that expands within us continues on into our surrounding world. The dead have no such condition. They feel that everything they do in their environment, be it merely pointing a finger, causes joy or pain. I am describing this quite symbolically and pictorially. They do not enter at all into relationship with their surroundings without awakening everywhere an echo of joy and pain. If you do something after you have passed through the portals of death, your actions always bring about pain or joy somewhere, a tension or relaxation of something that is similar to the feeling life. If we knock on a table, we feel that it does not cause the table pain. The dead can never carry out an action without knowing that they live and weave not only in a living element, but also in a living element filled with feeling. The feeling-filled stimulus is spread out over their entire environment. From another side, you will find this described in the corresponding chapter of my book titled Theosophy. This feeling-filled stimulus world lives thus upon the lowest level in the animal kingdom. And just as we are acquainted with a certain external side of the mineral kingdom through our sense perceptions, so are the dead familiar with the inner side, not with the outer form, but with the inner aspect of the animal life of their whole world. This animal life is the lowest foundation upon which they live and fashion themselves and their existence. And a large amount of the work of the dead consists in placing themselves in direct relationship to the world of living animals. Just as here on earth we place ourselves in connection with the dead mineral world, so do we establish ourselves after death continually in a broad and growing relationship to the world of the living animal. The dead learn to know this world from all sides, through having to penetrate step by step all the secrets that here on earth are concealed from them, just as what slumbers beneath their feeling life is concealed from their souls, for it is the same thing. Granted, such a question as the one I now intend to interject cannot count as a properly scientific one, but it can, nevertheless, point towards something behind which real relationships exist. We can ask, why then the power of the all-penetrating world wisdom has concealed some things from the human being here in the physical world? We can ask, why the mysteries of the building up of the whole animal world into which the dead must be initiated is concealed. Precisely when we attempt to answer such a question, we reach into the deepest mysteries of existence. And we will have to deal with this question in these examinations. First of all, however, we must look at what this comprehending of the inner side of the animal life actually is. Here I might proceed from a fact of recent history, in order not to become theoretical. You know that in a certain external way, human historical consciousness has experienced a change in modern times through Darwinism. There has been an endeavor to find the forces by which organisms evolve from the so-called imperfect to the perfect condition. The Darwinists have named several kinds: the principle of special selection or survival of the fittest, the adaptation to environment, and so on. I do not intend to come to you with these things that you can read in every handbook on Darwinism, even in every encyclopedia. Yet I wish to point out that these are external, abstract principles. For those who look deeper, they impart nothing. Saying that perfection occurs through the selection of the fittest, with the others gradually dying out and the fittest surviving, does not show what actually happens. Nothing is said there about the forces or impulses that actually live in the animal kingdom, in order that the animals perfect themselves, and also build their life to be suited to the ordinary present-day world. What is really working in the forces of selection put forward by Darwinism as forces that are of a purely mechanical usefulness? The dead are working in them. One of the most astonishing and impressive experiences that can be made in the circle of the dead is to discover that just as here there are smiths, joiners, and others who work in the world of mechanics and handwork, and thereby create the physical, sense-perceptible foundation of life here, so in the spirit realm the dead work, beginning with the animal kingdom on upward. While the animal kingdom here, in many respects, is seen as inferior, with the mineral world lying still lower, the very basis of the work of the dead is the furthering of the animal kingdom. Therefore the dead immerse themselves in all the skillfulness that is concealed from them in the life between birth and death. We come here to the point that was held more or less secret until our age by the brotherhoods that believed, partly justly and partly unjustly, that other human beings were not ready for such things. If you gain the knowledge of what is related to the animal nature in the world of the dead, you then see that all this is the feeling-filled living element. Human beings also have this feeling-filled, living element in their souls. But in what way? Between birth and death, for that is where it exists, they possess this element in such a way that were it not locked up in their unconsciousness, they could at every moment employ it for the destruction of the remainder of this living element in the world. Just imagine what that really means. You have in your personal life a feeling-filled, living element that is enclosed in the boundaries of the physical human being. If human beings were generally to have this element freely at their disposal, anthroposophists will already be more cultivated in this regard, then they could employ these concealed forces at any time to destroy the feeling-filled living element around them. The animal nature in the human being is primarily, even in the best sense, a destructive one. And when human beings have passed through death's door, it is their task above all to tear out of their soul all the impulses that have then become free, so that a great deal of desire to destroy the living, to kill the living, remains. And it can be said that to have respect and reverence for all living things is something that the departed must learn above all. This reverence for everything living is something that can be looked upon as the self-evident development of the dead. Here we can follow children with deep interest and can see how they develop in a self-evident manner, gradually from day to day and week to week, and how the soul takes hold of the physical body and can be deeply joyful about what occurs without the so-called free will, what takes place through purely organic forces of the soul. So too, when we follow the course taken by the dead from the day of their death onward through their life after death, we again behold a development withdrawn from the free will. It is the development of the deepest reverence for all living beings in the surroundings. This is something that, so to speak, happens like an external side in the dead. Just as with the child this occurs as an external side through its growing up, by its traits becoming more expressive. What grows up externally in the child, to our joy, grows similarly in the dead, in that more and more they hold every living thing to be sacred in such an edifying way. In this connection there is an important difference between life after death and life here on earth. The life here on earth has concealed by a veil just what the dead must deepen in themselves. We perceive the world through our senses and form for ourselves certain laws that we call the laws of nature, according to which we then build our mechanical instruments and tools. What we erect around us, according to the laws of nature, is essentially a world of death. We must even kill the plant, even the tree, when we wish to place its wood at the service of our mechanical arts. And again it belongs to the most distressing knowledge that basically everything that our senses teach us, when we apply it by means of our will, is something destructive, and cannot be anything else but destructive. Even when we create a work of art, we must take part in the world of destruction. What we thus create first arises out of destruction. A beneficent world wisdom has only caused us at first to shrink back, as human beings, from placing what lives from the animal world upward at the service of mechanical art. In a certain higher sense, however, everything lives in the world. You will already realize this from the various accounts given over the years. But what do we actually do when we place what we perceive through our senses and combine through our intellect at the service of mechanical art? We continually carry death into life. Even a Raphael painting cannot come into being unless death is carried into life. More was living before a Raphael painting arose than after it came into being. In the universe, this is compensated only through the fact that souls come who enjoy the Raphael painting and receive from it an impulse, an impression. Only the impulse, the impression that the creating or enjoying soul receives, can help to overcome the effect of death, even when the highest treasures, the so-called highest spiritual possessions of humanity, are created here on the physical plane. Essentially, the earth will be destroyed, because human beings carried death into the earth in such strong measure through their mechanical arts. The earth will no longer be able to live, because the forces of death prevail over what can be saved from the destruction of the physical earth and carried over into the Jupiter stage. But out of what human beings have created by weaving together death and life, they will have regained a soul content that they will then carry over into the Jupiter existence. Death, or the destruction of what is living, continually weaves into life more than words can say. It weaves in human activity itself, because between birth and death, this human activity is intimately interwoven with sense existence. Indeed, consciousness arises because death weaves itself into life. We would not accomplish our task on earth, as far as consciousness is concerned, if we did not weave death into life. Even within ourselves, we kill the life of the nerves whenever we form a thought, because a really living nerve cannot form thoughts. In recent public lectures, I have said that we enter into the life of our nerves through a constant death process. In this respect, the life between death and a new birth is the exact opposite. There it is essential for the human soul to become accustomed to holding all that is living as holy, and to permeate the living with more and more life. In this manner, the life between birth and death is connected with death, and the life between death and a new birth is connected with the whole of life. Animals exist on the earth only because human beings die and send their impulses from the spiritual world into the life of the animals. The second thing that human beings become familiar with after death is the kingdom of human souls, regardless of whether these human souls are embodied here in physical bodies or have already passed through the gate of death. After death, human beings face the animal world with a feeling that when the dead carry out an action, something experiences joy or another being suffers. They know that they strike against living reality, even when they strike only with their spiritual force. Here it is more a universal living and weaving within a living element. In relation to the human sphere, after we are dead, when another soul enters into a relationship with us after we ourselves have died, we become aware that our own life feeling is either strengthened or diminished according to the way we meet this soul. Through our relation to a certain soul, regardless of whether it dwells here upon the earth or in the spiritual world, we feel that we become inwardly strengthened. Our inner forces become stronger, and at the same time more alive. We meet a soul and feel that it makes us more awake than we would have been otherwise. An intense sense of life streams toward us with a certain intensity through our acquaintance with this soul. The relationship with another soul may weaken us in the direction of certain forces and dim down our life to an extent. After death, we feel ourselves surging with life in this relationship with other souls. We live out our life of feeling and will as human beings between birth and death, without knowing that the souls of the dead live in the waves of this life of feeling and will, which we sleep through and dream away. The dead are always there. They live in the waves of our own feeling and will, and they live there in such a way that they experience this life with us. While we experience the surrounding world through our senses as something external, the dead live in the impulses of our feelings and will. They are far more intimately bound together with us than we, as far as we are physically embodied, are bound together with our surroundings. It is so that this life, or better, this experiencing, this inner presence in life of the dead, develops gradually in accordance with the conditions that were developed during our life here. We truly live together with all souls after death. This is true, but we know nothing about it. Relationships set in slowly and gradually with souls that we were connected with during our life between birth and death. We cannot form new original relationships with other human beings during the life between death and a new birth. We cannot begin new connections directly. When we have loved or hated someone here on earth, when we were connected with them, either in a positive or in a negative way, this again rises from a gray spiritual depth in the gradual awakening of the life after death. Thus a great part of this experiencing, of this inner life presence of the dead, formed by our connections with other souls during our most recent incarnations, gradually emerges out of a gray spiritual depth. This can extend out, in the case of many departed souls, very soon after death, but indirectly. Suppose we die. We may have had some kind of relationship to a soul dwelling either on the earth or in the spiritual world. This relationship meets us once more after death in the way indicated. But this soul with whom we are linked has relationships with other souls whom we perhaps have never met during any of our lives between birth and death. We can then indirectly form a relationship with the so-called dead. But as I have already said, these are never direct connections, for they are always mediated by the souls with whom we are linked karmically through our physical life. The connection with souls where no relationship has been established during physical life is always quite a different one, and is transmitted through the soul who was connected with us in physical life. You can now easily imagine that first there are the direct relationships present, and then the indirect relationships. However, because all souls are more or less connected with one another over all the earth, and during our long life between death and a new birth we form, indirectly at least, many new connections, we human beings have extensive experience with other souls, if we also take into account the indirect relationships. Even when we are here on earth, we have already within us this living into other souls. In the spiritual world we have lived together with innumerable souls, over and over again. The feeling of being at one with all souls, which an abstract philosophy considers only as an abstract at-oneness, has its quite concrete side. There are scarcely any souls over the whole earth with whom we do not have at least a distant, indirect connection. We must grasp this fact as concretely as possible, and then this will lead us to something real. What the dead experience is a gradual waking up into a world based, in a wider sense, on their karma. An inward brightness increases more and more, spreading over this world as our experiences become richer in this second realm built upon the animal realm, just as our experiences with the plant realm are built on the mineral realm. Our experiences become ever richer and richer. Imagine this experience extending into all concrete connections, and you will grasp something of what permeates the soul of the departed between death and a new birth. All thoughts that connect us karmically in any way with other souls are bound up with this experience. In this lies an infinitely rich world. Essentially, during the first half of this life, between death and a new birth, we are increasingly filled with wisdom. aside, you will gather this from the lecture cycle titled The Inner Nature of Man and Life Between Death and Rebirth, Collected Works, Volume 153, close aside. In a wise way, human beings become accustomed to the connections that they gradually draw up again out of the grey spiritual depth. They become familiar with all of this in a very wise way. The threads leading to all direct or indirect karmic relationships begin in what I called in the mystery dramas, quote, the midnight hour of being, close quote. As the dead further develop this wisdom, something similar to the will, but only similar, not the same, enters into the life of the soul. This element of force, similar to the will, makes the human beings stronger and stronger. Above all, it strengthens in them those impulses added to the wisdom-filled survey of the world, as elements and impulses of the will, as strength impulses. Now something peculiar enters in. A certain form of will becomes active in human beings during the second half of the life between death and a new birth. If we observe this will, we can do this especially in the case of souls who through various circumstances have a shorter life between death and a new birth. We find that the will takes a peculiar direction, arising to cover up in a way the traces of our life, the traces of karma. Please grasp this quite clearly. Such a will, working to cover up the traces of karma, becomes more and more evident in the human being. This effacement of karmic traces is connected with the deepest secrets of life, human life. If human beings always had a full survey of the wisdom that they can acquire soon after death, then there would be countless human beings who would prefer to cover up the traces of their existence rather than to enter into new lives. The processing of our earlier lives into a karmic connection can only be accomplished because we are dulled down by certain beings of the higher hierarchy during the second half of the life between death and a new birth. We are paralyzed with regard to the light of wisdom, so that we restrict our activity and our will impulses more and more. The aim of this restriction is to ensure that we create what can then unite with the physical human body in the stream of heredity, and can live out its earthly destiny in this physical body. We can only understand these thoughts fully when we consider earthly destiny itself. How dreamlike this earthly destiny is for the human being on earth. As children, we gradually accustom ourselves to the conditions of earthly life. What we call destiny comes to us in the form of individual life experiences. Out of the fabric of these life experiences, something is formed that is, in reality, the human being itself. Think what you would be today if you had not lived through your own particular destiny. You can indeed say, I myself am what I have experienced as destiny. For you would be quite another human being if you had experienced a different destiny. And yet how foreign destiny seems to be, how little interwoven with what we call our capital I. Why does the I feel itself struck by destiny countless times? Because what we ourselves do to mold our own destiny remains hidden in the subconsciousness. What we experience takes up its place in the world of sense experience and in the world of thoughts. It merely strikes against our feeling life, and our feeling life remains passive to this. What we have in common with the realm of the dead springs forth actively out of our feeling life, and out of the life of the will impulses. What springs forth in this way, and what we ourselves do without our consciousness by dreaming and sleeping through it, forms our destiny. We ourselves are this. We dream and sleep through all we do in molding our own destiny. We wake in what we experience as our destiny, but only because it remains subconscious. What is it that remains, in reality, subconscious? What remains subconscious comes across as impulses out of earlier incarnations on earth, and out of the life between death and a new birth, in a purely spiritual way from where the dead are found. We dream and sleep through it. At the same time, these are forces that come also from ourselves. They are the forces with which we mold our destiny. We weave our destiny out of the same realm that the dead inhabit in common with us. Think how we grow together with this world, of which we now know to a certain extent, how we sleep through it and how we experience it, although we have not yet spoken of the experiences in connection with the beings of the higher hierarchies. This will also be considered, but what I wish to convey through a discussion is that we must place the realm of the so-called dead within the same realm where we ourselves live, and that we become conscious of the fact that we feel separated from the dead, though in reality we are not, only because we dream and sleep through our feeling life and will life where the dead also are. Yet, still something else can be found in this world that we dream and sleep through, that is not normally perceived in our usual consciousness. Sometimes we become aware of this when it occurs in specially striking cases, but these are individual sensational cases that only draw attention to what is always permeating life and streaming through it. You yourselves will have heard of many cases resembling the following one. Someone has the habit of taking a daily walk. It leads him onto a mountain slope. He goes there every day. It is his special pleasure. One day he goes there again as usual. Suddenly, while he is walking, he hears something like a voice, although it is not a physical voice, that says to him, "Why are you walking along this path? Can you really not do without this pleasure?" He hesitates and turns aside to think over what has just happened to him. In this instant a piece of rock rolls down that would have struck him had he not turned aside. This is a true story, but one that only points out sensationally something that is always present in our lives. How often do you plan to do this or that, but something prevents you? Think how many things would have been different, even in the smallest experiences of life, if you had not started out at an appointed hour instead of half an hour later, because something detained you. Think what changes have come in this way into your life and into the lives of many other people. It is quite easy to picture this. Let us suppose that you have planned to meet another person somewhere at 3:45 p.m., to tell him some news which he in turn would have told to someone else. Because you came too late, you do not tell him this news, and then you see that something was prevented. Certain very important things do not happen. Here we see a universal order different from that described as a necessity of nature. We feel that here a different world order is at work, when someone is prevented from continuing his walk because he hears a voice that causes him to turn aside and thus saves him from being struck dead by the falling piece of rock. But this world order always permeates our existence, not merely when such sensational events take place. Even in such instances we are accustomed to looking only at the sensational occurrences. Why do we not notice this other world? Because we turn our gaze toward the events that occur in our life and in our surroundings, and not toward the events that do not occur, to the events that are continually being prevented. At a certain level of spiritual development, what does not happen, what is held back from us, or what we are protected from, can rise up in our consciousness in the same way as what does happen. It is only that it comes to our consciousness as another world order. Try to place this world order before your soul by saying to yourself, we are accustomed to look only at what happens and not at what has been prevented from happening. What we do not notice is intimately connected with the realm of the dead, where we ourselves live in our dreamlike feeling and sleeping will. Within us we cut ourselves off from this other world, because dream and sleep also play into our waking life. All that seethes, lives, and weaves beneath the boundary, separating our thinking from our feeling, contains at the same time the secrets that build not only the bridge between the so-called living and the so-called dead, but also the bridge between the realm of necessity and the realm of freedom, and of so-called accident or chance. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is Lecture 3, entitled Our Life with the Dead, given in Dornach on December 10, 1917. As an introduction, I will touch briefly upon a few facts we have already discussed as a foundation for today's discussion. I said that the threshold between the usual physical world of the senses and the soul spiritual world lies within the human being. It lies within in such a way that in our usual waking consciousness between birth and death, we are really awake only in our sense perceptions and in the thoughts we develop, whether based on our sense perceptions or arising within us, to make the world intelligible and alive for us. Even a very ordinary self-reflection teaches us, clairvoyant endowment is not necessary for this, that when usual human consciousness is fully awake, it cannot embrace more than the sphere of the life of ideas and the sphere of sense perceptions. We also experience in our soul the world of our feelings and the world of our will, but only in the way we live through a dream. Our dream life extends into our ordinary waking consciousness, and as feeling human beings, we are actually dreamers of life. Things occur in the depths of our feeling life that we have no knowledge of in our waking consciousness, in our ideas and sense perceptions. The waking consciousness knows still less concerning the real processes of our will life. We dream away our feeling life in our ordinary consciousness, and we sleep through the life of the will. Thus, beneath the life of our thoughts lives a realm where we ourselves are embedded, and that is only partly known to us. It is only known to us through the waves that break the surface of our consciousness. We have emphasized further that in this realm where we dream and sleep, we live together with human souls, passing through death and a new birth. We are only separated from the so-called dead because we are not able to perceive with our ordinary consciousness how the life of the dead, the forces and actions of the dead, play into our own life. These forces and actions of the dead continually permeate our feeling life and will life. Therefore we live with the dead. And it is indeed important to realize that the task of spiritual science is now to develop this consciousness of our belonging together with the souls of the dead. The rest of earthly development will not be able to proceed for the welfare of humanity unless humanity develops this living feeling of being together with the dead. The life of the dead plays into the life of the living in many roundabout ways. It is not for nothing that during the course of the public lectures I drew attention to how the historical course of life, what human beings live through historically, socially, and in the ethical relationships between people, really is like a dream, like sleep. The impulses that we develop when we go beyond our own personality and that are active within the human community are impulses of dream and sleep. People will consider history in quite another way when this has reached their living consciousness. They will no longer consider as history the fable convenue that is usually called history today, but will realize that we can understand historical life only if we seek what is dreamt away and slept through in ordinary consciousness, and into which the deeds, impulses, and actions of the so-called dead play. The deeds of the dead are interwoven with the feeling and will impulses of the so-called living. That is actually history. When human beings have gone through the portal of death, they do not cease to be active within the human community. They continue to be active, although in a different way than when they were active here in the physical body. We live under the illusion that our actions are our own, because they flow out of our feelings and our impulses of will. In reality, they flow right into our daily life, out of the deeds of those who have died. In our future development, it will be crucial to know that when we do something connected with our life in community with other human beings, we do this together with the dead. But, of course, such a consciousness, related essentially to the feeling life and the will life, must be grasped also by the feeling and the will. We will never be able to grasp this with dry, abstract ideas, but we will be able to comprehend it with ideas taken from spiritual science. Indeed, people will have to learn to form quite different conceptions about many things. You all know that those who are firmly rooted in the comprehension of spiritual scientific impulses can try to remain connected with those who have died. The thoughts of spiritual science, the ideas that we form about the processes in the spiritual world, are thoughts that are intelligible both to us on earth and to the souls of the dead. Out of that comes what we call reading to the dead. When we read precisely the contents of spiritual science to the dead, while holding them in our thoughts, we form a real community of life with the dead. Spiritual science speaks a language common to both the souls of the living and of the dead. But what is essential is to approach these things more and more with an illuminated feeling life in particular. Consider a few things I said yesterday. We live between death and a new birth in an environment essentially permeated through and through, not only with living forces, but also with feeling-filled living forces. This is the lowest sphere for the dead. As the non-feeling mineral kingdom surrounds us during our sense life, so a realm surrounds the dead, where, when they come in contact with anything within it, they call forth pain or joy. For the dead, it is the same as if we were forced to realize that as soon as we touch a stone or the leaf of a tree, we call forth feelings in the stone or leaf. The dead can do nothing that does not call forth feelings of joy, pain, tension, relaxation, and so on in their surroundings. When we come into a connection with the dead, as when we read to the dead person, they experience this community as already mentioned, although just in this particular instance of the reading. In this way the dead come into connection with the soul of the reader, with which the dead person is especially karmically connected. Just as the dead are connected with their lowest realm, the animal kingdom, so that everything they do calls forth feelings, so are they connected with the human soul life. Whether they are human souls living here on earth or disembodied souls living between death and a new birth, in such a way that the dead person's awareness of life is either elevated or diminished through what takes place in other souls. Please understand this clearly. When you read to so-called living people, you know that they understand what you read to them, but the dead live within the contents of the words themselves. The dead live in each word that you read to them. They penetrate into what passes through your own mind and soul, Gemüt. The dead live with you more intensely than was ever possible for them in the life on earth. If we understand this fact, we can develop community with the dead. This community with the dead is really a very intimate one, intensified by a seeing consciousness. If we enter consciously into the realm we inhabit together with the dead, When you read or recite to the dead, you hear what you are reading from the dead person, like a spiritual echo. We must become acquainted with ideas like these if we wish to gain a real conception of the concrete spiritual world. Things are different in the spiritual world than they are here. Here you can hear yourself speak when you are speaking, or you know that you are thinking when you think. If you speak to or begin a thinking relationship with the dead, your words or the thoughts you send come to you out of the dead themselves, if you consciously perceive your connection with the dead. And when you send a message to the dead, you feel as if you are intimately connected with the departed person. If a reply comes, at first you are vaguely conscious that the departed one is speaking, and you must now draw out of your own soul what has been spoken. This will make you realize how necessary it is for a real spiritual communication to hear from the other one what you yourself think and conceive, and to hear from out of yourself what the other one says. This is a kind of inversion of the entire relationship between one being and another, but this inversion takes place when we really enter the spiritual world. Because the spiritual world is so entirely different from the physical, and because, since about the 15th century, people want to form conceptions based only on the physical world, they displace and obstruct their entrance to the spiritual world. If people would only realize that a world can exist that is in many respects the direct opposite of what they call the true world, if they would be willing to form ideas, which perhaps appear absurd from a materialistic perspective, then they would transform their souls and have the ability to see into the spiritual world always around us. It is not that human beings, through their nature, are truly separated from the spiritual world. Through habit and circumstances of inheritance, they have become entirely unaccustomed, since the 14th and 15th centuries, to forming non-materialistic ideas. This applies even to art. Modern art can do nothing but copy from the model, from what nature forms outside. Even in art, people no longer value what arises freely out of the spiritual life of the soul, and is also something real. But people cannot efface what arises freely and is effective and active in historical events, in the ethical, moral, and social life of the community, even though they dream and sleep through it. As soon as we go beyond our own personal concerns, even in the smallest measure, which we do in every moment of life, the spiritual world that we share with the dead works through our arm, our hand, our word, our glance. The dead become accustomed to the spiritual world just as we become accustomed to the physical world in the life between birth and death. While the deceased become accustomed to the lowest region relating to the animal kingdom and to the second region, where companionship arises with those souls karmically connected, either directly or indirectly, to them, they also become familiar with the kingdom of the beings who stand above the human being. I say this figuratively, with the kingdom of the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai. Here in the physical world, human beings are, so to speak, the crown of creation. Many people like to emphasize that they see themselves as the highest of all beings. The minerals are the lowest, and the plants, and the animals, and then the human beings. We feel that we belong to the highest kingdom. This is not so with the dead in the spiritual realm. The dead feel themselves connected with the hierarchies above them, the hierarchies of the angeloi, archangeloi, archai, and so on. As we feel, in a certain sense, that the human being proceeds from the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, so the deceased feel themselves held and carried by the hierarchies above them. The way the human being gradually becomes familiar with this kingdom of the higher beings can be described as a letting go of oneself. Again, we must understand these things in a way that cannot be based in the physical world of the senses. In growing up from childhood in the sense world, we gradually become acquainted, first with our nearest surroundings and then with the wider world, and so on. We become acquainted with things in such a way that we know that they approach us little by little. This is not the case between death and a new birth. From the moment we know that we are connected with the angeloi, we feel as if we had been united with them since eternity. And yet we feel we can only develop our consciousness by separating the idea of the angeloi from ourselves to a certain extent. Here in the physical world we experience by taking up ideas. But in the spiritual world we experience by separating the ideas from ourselves. We know that we carry them within us and are entirely filled by them, but we must separate them from ourselves to bring them to consciousness. And so we set free the ideas of angeloi, archangeloi, and archai. In the lowest kingdom, the deceased are, so to speak, connected with the animal nature, which they must strive to master. Then comes the realm of the souls with whom they are directly or indirectly karmically connected. In this kingdom, the dead experience the relationship with the angeloi. The relationship with the kingdom of the angeloi helps create a right connection with the kingdom of human souls. Hence, in the life between death and a new birth, it is difficult to distinguish between the experiences with other human souls and those with the angeloi. Human beings have an active relationship with the angeloi. Although these things are merely comparisons and indications, just as here in our physical life our memory leads us back to something we have experienced, so do the angeloi lead us to something that we must experience in our life between death and a new birth. The angeloi are really the mediators for everything arising in the life of the so-called dead. And the angeloi help the human beings in everything that they must do between death and a new birth, in connection with the conquest of the animal element. For the human beings must raise their own animal nature into the spiritual part of their being to prepare for the next incarnation. If you grasp this in the right sense, you will say that because we associate with the angeloi between death and a new birth, we can form the right relationships to the souls with whom we must connect. And because we enter into a connection with the kingdom of the archangeloi, we can properly prepare the things that must take place during the next incarnation on earth. The tasks of the archai, the time spirits, are for both the dead and the living. From my explanations you will see that the deceased essentially relate to the angeloi, who regulate their connection to other souls, and to the archangeloi, who regulate their successive incarnations. But their association with the archai they have in common with the so-called living. The dead and the living are embedded in the same way in something that the spirits of time weave as an unceasing stream of cosmic wisdom and cosmic will activity. What the spirits of time weave is history, the ethical, moral life of an age, the social life of an age. We might say that we can look into the spiritual kingdom and realize that the so-called dead are there. What they experience in this kingdom is regulated by the angeloi and archangeloi. What the dead experience in common with the so-called living is woven by the archai. Thus we cannot fulfill any fruitful work in the social, historical, and ethical moral life unless we realize that this work must come from an element we share with the dead, the element of the archai, or time spirits. These spirits of time do their work alternately. We have often spoken of this. Through several centuries, one of the time spirits weaves the events contained in the historical, social, and ethical moral stream of human events. Then another time spirit relieves him. The moment that a time spirit relieves another one is most important of all, if we wish to observe what really takes place within the development of humanity. We cannot understand this development unless we bear in mind the living, active influence of the time spirits, and in general of the entire spiritual world. We cannot understand what takes place between human beings unless we consider the kingdom of the spirit. Human beings think very abstractly about what is social, ethical, moral, and historical. They think of history as a stream of events taking place in a continuous current, where one event always follows upon the other. They ask why certain events happen at the beginning of the 20th century, and answer that they were caused by events at the end of the 19th century. And why did certain events happen at the end of the 19th century? Because they were caused by events in the middle of the 19th century, and events in the middle of the 19th century were caused by events at the beginning of the 19th century, and so on. This way of considering historical events as the result of immediately preceding events is just the same as if a farmer were to say that the wheat to be harvested this year is the result of the wheat of last year, because the seeds remained and the wheat of last year is again the result of the wheat of the year before last. One thing depends on the other, cause and effect. However, it just does not happen without help. The farmer must, of course, intervene personally in the growth of the wheat. He must first sow the seeds so that an effect may follow the cause. The effect does not come of itself. From a certain point of view, this is one of the most terrible illusions of our materialistic age, that people believe the effect is the result of the cause. They do not wish to form the simplest thoughts concerning the real truth of these things. I have already given you an example by describing a sensational event in the life of a human being. It is true that people prefer to contemplate sensational events rather than consider the other events that are of exactly the same kind and take place every hour and every moment of the day. I have told you how such an event can occur. A man takes his daily walk to a mountainside every day for a long time, but one day on reaching a certain spot he hears a voice calling out to him that asks something like, "Why do you go along this path? Do you have to do this?" On hearing these words, the man becomes thoughtful, steps aside, and thinks for a while about the curious thing that has happened to him. Suddenly a piece of rock crashes down, which would have killed him had he not stepped aside after hearing the voice. This is a sensational event. But one who considers the world objectively and yet spiritually will see in this event one of the many that take place every moment. For in every moment something completely different might have happened if this or that had occurred. A very clever person, we know that especially modern people are very clever, would say, "Why was this man spared?" "Because he went away. This is the cause." Very well, but suppose he had not gone away and in this case had been killed? Then the clever modern person would argue that the falling stone is the cause of the man's death. Seen from outside, abstractly and stereotypically, it is true that the falling stone is the cause, and the man's death is the effect. However, the cause has nothing to do with the effect, for the falling stone is quite indifferent to where the man was standing. This cause has nothing whatever to do with the effect. Ponder this matter and try to understand what is really contained in all this talk of cause and effect. The so-called cause need not have anything to do with the effect. The stone would have taken exactly the same course had the man been standing elsewhere. Nothing would have changed for the stone whether the man was warned and went away or not. I gave you this as an example, that even in outer, quite stereotypical things, the so-called cause need have nothing to do with the so-called effect. The whole way of looking at cause and effect is based entirely on abstraction. It is only possible to speak of cause and effect within certain limits. Assume that here you have a tree with its roots. What takes place in the roots can certainly be considered, in certain respects, as the cause of the growing tree. What takes place in the branches can, to a certain extent, be seen as the cause of what occurs in the leaves. An abstract way of looking at life always links one thing with another, without considering the whole. But the tree is, to a certain extent, a totality, and for a spiritual way of looking at things, it is important to become aware of the whole. There, where the outer leaves are, the inner causes for what takes place in the tree ceases. Where the leaves end, also the causal forces end. But then something else intervenes, spiritual, elemental beings playing around the tree. Here begins, if I may say so, a negative tree stretching out into infinity. But it is only apparently infinite, because after a while it disappears. An elemental existence meets what comes out of the tree. Where the tree ceases, it comes into contact with the elemental existence, which grows toward it. It is thus in nature. The plant ceases to exist when it grows out of the soil, and the causal factors cease when the plant ceases. But an elemental existence grows toward the plant from the universe. I mentioned some of these things in a lecture titled Human Life from the Viewpoint of Spiritual Science. The plants grow upward out of the soil below. A spiritual element grows toward the plant from above. It is thus with all beings. What we observe in nature is contained in all existence. Above all, there is a stream of social, ethical, moral, and historical life present. Events do not flow in a continuous stream. One time spirit reigns for a while and then is replaced by another. Then the second one is replaced by a third, and the third by a fourth, and so on. When one time spirit replaces another one, there is also a difference in the stream of continuous events. When such a new period begins, it is not possible to say that its events are the effect of preceding events. They are not the effect of the preceding ones in the way that people imagine it. There is indeed a lawfulness in the successive course of events, but what we normally today call necessity is an illusion. In the course of ongoing events, we have something similar to what we find when we look at where the tree ceases and where the elemental tree begins. In nature, a being belonging to the realm of the senses touches a being invisible to the senses, a supersensible being. The world of the senses and the supersensible world touch. There is something similar also in the course of time. Just as the physical tree ceases and an elemental tree begins, so also in the course of time something ceases and something else begins. Thus there are epochs in which old events and old impulses must cease, so to speak, and new ones intervene. At such times people like to keep to Lucifer and Ahriman, and hold on to what is actually already dead. It is possible to keep alive in human consciousness impulses and forces that are in reality already dead. This is not possible in nature. If people want to cultivate exactly the same kind of ideas in 1914 that were justified in 1876, they can do so. They can do this essentially because they can preserve what is actually already dead in the ongoing stream of human events by holding fast to Ahriman and Lucifer. It is the same as if someone were to make a tree grow on and on without ceasing after it had reached its natural limits. In the course of history, as a rule, people cannot meet a new epoch in the right way. In other words, they cannot place themselves at the service of the new time spirit. This is extremely important for our age. During the last weeks, we have spoken of the spiritually important events of 1879, the end of an epoch. Something died and ceased to exist, just as the tree ceases. From 1879 onward, it became necessary, this is of course still necessary today and will be so for a long time, that people open themselves to the ideas and impulses coming from the spiritual world. Otherwise, the old impulses become Ahrimanic or Luciferic. These remarks contain something very important. The last third of the 19th century was an important time in the development of humanity. It was necessary, and it is still necessary, that people open themselves to the influence of inspired ideas. People must become receptive to these. But looked upon outwardly, we shall also study the deeper inner meaning, things seem very hopeless. Impulses did come from the spiritual world. They came streaming in and worked so that human beings might be led beyond this point, beyond the year 1879, so that they might open themselves to inspired ideas. These were impulses that could give human beings thoughts, enabling them already at the end of the 19th century to become aware that whenever we fulfill actions of an historical, social, or ethical moral nature within community life, the dead and the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai act with and among us. These spiritual impulses were there, but went past many people without leaving a trace. Important things and important impulses indeed existed in the second half of the 19th century, as there were people who proclaimed and wrote significant thoughts. If we look at these thoughts today, they may seem abstract, but they are not abstract thoughts, and they should not remain as they were then. Parenthesis, I repeat once more that this is looked upon outwardly. Tomorrow we shall consider these things from an inner aspect. Close parenthesis. This was the case in almost all spheres of modern civilized life. For instance, in the 1850s, a man lived here in Switzerland, a man with great philosophical ideas. If his ideas had been popularized, they would have had a very fruitful, spiritualizing influence on the entire history of Switzerland. Who considers, for instance, that Otto Heinrich Jäger was an intellect of the first rank in the middle of the 19th century, one of the greatest minds in Switzerland? But who knows his name now, and who names him? Who understands that although his thoughts were apparently abstract, they could have become concrete and blossomed and borne fruit because something very great went through the head of this man, who taught at the Zurich University and wrote books about great ideas, ideas that should have entered the life of the present. He wrote on the idea of human freedom and its connection with the entire spiritual world. Jäger wrote a kind of philosophy of freedom, from another point of view than my own title, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, originally titled The Philosophy of Freedom, which was published in the 1890s. We could give innumerable examples like this. The most fruitful ideas germinated and greened. But what is recounted today as the spiritual history of the 19th century on into the 20th century is the least significant part of what really took place. And the most important and impressive part has not been taken into account at all. This is how matters look, seen at first outwardly. Perhaps they will look more hopeful when we look at them from an inner standpoint. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is Lecture 4, entitled The Rhythmical Relationship of the Human Being with the Universe and with the World of the Dead, given in Dornach on December 11th, 1917. We shall now discuss a very wide subject, and today we will not be able to deal with it as extensively as I would have liked. In these considerations, I would like to give you a basis for the understanding of freedom and necessity, so that you may see what must be considered from an esoteric point of view, in order to understand the course of the social, historical, and ethical moral life of the human being. In previous lectures I emphasized that between birth and death we only experience in a waking manner what we perceive through the senses, through our sense impressions, and in our thoughts. We dream through in the life of our feelings, and we sleep through everything present in the will impulses as deeper necessity and reality. In the life of our feelings and of our will, we live in the same spheres with the so-called dead. Let us first form a conception of what is really behind the life of our senses from an exterior perspective. We can picture the sense impressions as if they were spread out before us like a carpet. Of course, we must imagine that this carpet also contains the impressions of all of the 12 senses, such as we know them through anthroposophy. This carpet of sense impressions covers a reality lying behind the senses to a certain extent. This reality lying behind the sense perceptions must not be imagined as the scientist imagines the world of atoms, nor as a certain philosophical, quote, thing in itself, close quote. In my public lectures, I have emphasized that when we look for the thing in itself, as is done by modern philosophers such as Kant, this would be similar to breaking a mirror to find the reality of the beings we see in the mirror. I do not speak in this sense of something physical behind the sense perceptions. What I mean is something spiritual in which we ourselves are embedded, but that we cannot reach with our usual consciousness between birth and death. If we could reach the first stage of spiritually solving the riddle contained in the carpet of sense perceptions, so that outside we could see more than the manifold impressions of our sense impulses, what would we see at this first stage? Let us look into this question. The first thing we can see will surprise us. A number of forces, all aimed at permeating with impulses our entire life, from our birth, rather from conception, to our death. When trying to solve the riddle of this carpet of sense impressions, we do not see our life in its single events, but we see its entire organization or nature. At first we would not find anything so strange. In this first stage we find ourselves not as we are now in this moment, but as we are throughout our entire life on earth. This life, which does not extend as far as our physical body, and therefore cannot be perceived with the physical senses, permeates our etheric body, our body of formative forces, so that our body of formative forces is essentially the expression of this life. If the carpet of sense impressions were to tear, as it were, and we tear it when we ascend to spiritual vision, we would find our own self as it is organized for this current incarnation on earth. But as I stated, the senses cannot perceive this. How can we perceive this? We already possess what is necessary, but at a stage of development that does not yet make real perception possible. What we would thus perceive cannot reach the eye or the ear. It cannot enter any sense organ. Instead, please understand this clearly, it is breathed in, drawn in with the breath. The etheric foundation of our lung, not the physical lung, for the lung as such is not a real organ of perception, is really an organ of perception. However, between birth and death we cannot use it as an organ of perception for what we breathe in. The air we breathe in, meaning every breath of air, and how it enters the whole rhythm of our life, really contains our deeper reality between birth and death. But here on the physical plane, the foundation of our entire lung system is in an unfinished condition, and has not yet achieved the capacity of perception. If we were to investigate what constitutes its etheric foundation and grasp it correctly, we would find that the lung is in reality exactly the same thing as our brain and sense organs are physically for the physical world. In the foundation of our lung system we have a brain in an earlier stage of evolution, we might say in an infant-like stage of evolution. Also in this connection, we bear a second human being within us to an extent. I say specifically to an extent. It will not be wrong if you imagine that you also possess an etheric head. It is just that this etheric head cannot yet be used as an organ of perception in our everyday life. Yet it has the possibility of perceptive capacity for what lies behind and creates the body. However, what lies behind the etheric body as creative force is the element that we enter when we pass through the portal of death. Then we lay aside the etheric body, but we enter into what created and produced this body of formative forces. Perhaps it may be difficult to imagine this, but it will be good if you try to think this out to the end. We could make this clearer with a diagram. Let us imagine the physical organization of the head and lung, red in the diagram. From the cosmos come impulses, blue arrows, that express themselves rhythmically in the movements of the lungs. Through our lungs we are related to the entire universe, and the entire universe works on our etheric body. When we pass through the portal of death, we lay aside the etheric body, but enter what is active in our lung system, and this is connected with the entire universe. This accounts for the remarkable consonance to be found in the rhythm of human life and the rhythm of breathing. I've already explained that when we calculate the number of breaths we draw in one day, we obtain 25,920 breaths per day on the basis of 18 breaths a minute, hence 18 times 60 times 24. We breathe in and breathe out, which constitutes our smallest rhythm to start with. Then there is another rhythm in life, as I have already explained before. Every morning when we awake, we breathe into our physical system, as it were, our soul nature, the astral body and the I capital, and we breathe them out again when we fall asleep. We do this during our whole life. Let us take an average length of life of 71 years. Then we can make the following calculation. We breathe in and breathe out our own being 365 times a year. If we take 71 years as the average length of human life, we obtain 25,915. You see, it is more or less the same number. Of course, the length of life differs for each human being. We find that in the life between birth and death, we breathe in and out what we call our actual self 25,920 times. Thus we may say, we have the same relationship with the world as that of the breath we draw in and the elements around us. We live in the same rhythm in relation to the cosmos and our breathing. Again, if we take our life of approximately 71 years and call it a cosmic day, we obtain a cosmic year by multiplying this by 365. The result is 25,915, again approximately 1 year. In 25,920 years, the sun returns again to the same constellation of the zodiac. If the sun is in Aries in a certain year, it will rise again in Aries after 25,920 years. In the course of 25,920 years, the sun moves through the entire zodiac. Thus, when an entire human life is breathed out into the cosmos, this is a cosmic breath, in exactly the same relationship to the cosmic course of the sun through the zodiac as one human breath is to one day in human life. Here we have deep inner lawfulness. Everything is built up on rhythm. We breathe in a threefold way, or at least we are placed into the breathing process in a threefold way. First, we breathe through our lungs in the region of the elements. This rhythm is contained in the number 25,920. Then we breathe within the entire solar system by taking sunrise and sunset as parallel to our falling asleep and awaking. Throughout our life we breathe in a rhythm that is again contained in the number 25,920. Finally, the cosmos breathes us in and out, again in a rhythm determined by the number 25,920, the sun's course through the zodiac. Thus we stand within the whole visible universe. At its foundation lies the invisible universe. When we pass through the portal of death, we enter this invisible cosmos. Rhythmical life lies at the foundation of our feeling life. We enter the rhythmical life of the cosmos in the time between death and a new birth. This rhythmical life lies behind the carpet woven by our senses as what determines our etheric life. If we had clairvoyant consciousness, we would see this cosmic rhythm that is, as it were, a rhythmical, surging cosmic ocean, now of an astral nature. In this rhythmically surging astral ocean, we find the so-called dead and the beings of the higher hierarchies. And we find the true reality of what belongs to us but is beneath the threshold of waking consciousness, from which arise only the feelings we dream through and the will impulses we sleep through. We may ask comparatively, and without becoming teleological, why a wise cosmic guidance has arranged matters so that we, such as we are between birth and death, cannot perceive the rhythmical life behind the carpet of the senses. Why is the human head, the hidden head that corresponds to the lung system, not suitable for an adequate perception? This leads us to a truth kept secret right into our time by schools of esotericism, because other secrets are connected with it that must not be, or should not have been, revealed until now. But in our time such things must be brought to the consciousness of humanity. The esoteric schools, inaugurated here and there, keep such things secret for reasons that will not be explained today. They will keep them secret, although today these things must be brought to light. Since the last third of the 19th century, what schools of esotericism have kept back, unjustifiably in many cases, becomes obsolete. This is connected with the event of the autumn of 1879. Right now we can lift only the outer veil of this mystery, but even this outer veil is one of the most important pieces of knowledge concerning the nature of the human being. We truly bear within us the head of a second human being, as well as a body, and this body is at first the body of an animal. This second human being possesses a properly formed head, but attached to it is the body of an animal, a real centaur. The centaur is an etheric truth. It is important to bear in mind that active in this being is a relatively great wisdom, connected with the entire cosmic rhythm. The centaur's head sees the cosmic rhythm that permeates us during our existence between death and a new birth. It is the cosmic rhythm that has been shown in a threefold way, even numerically, which is the foundation of many secrets of the cosmos. This etheric head is much wiser than our physical head. All human beings bear within them another, far wiser human being, the centaur. Yet at the same time, in spite of its wisdom, this centaur has all the wild instincts of the animals. Now you will understand the wise guidance of the cosmos. Human beings could not be given a consciousness that is, on the one hand, strong and able to see through the cosmic rhythm, and on the other hand, uncontrolled and full of wild instincts. But the centaur's animal nature, please connect this with what I have told you in other lectures dealing with this subject from another point of view, is tamed and conquered in the next incarnation, during its passage through the world of cosmic rhythms between death and a new birth. What lies hidden at the foundation of our lung system in the present incarnation appears as our physical head in the next incarnation, although dulled down to an understanding limited to the senses. The centaur of this incarnation is the human being endowed with sense perception in the next incarnation. And now you will be able to grasp something else. You will understand why I said that during our existence between death and a new birth, the animal realm is our lowest realm, and that we must conquer its forces. We must transform the centaur, the animal in us, into a human nature for the next incarnation. This work requires a real knowledge, embracing the impulses of the whole animal realm. In the age of Chiron, human beings possessed this knowledge atavistically, in a weaker form. Although the knowledge of which Chiron spoke is weaker in this incarnation, it is of the same kind. Now, you see why human beings need this lower realm between death and a new birth. We must master it. We need it because we must transform the centaur into a human being. What anthroposophy sets forth has been attained only in individual instances outside the schools for esotericism. However, there have always been a few human beings who discovered these things, as if in flashes. Especially in the 19th century, a few individual spirits had an inkling, so to speak, that something with wild instincts that have been tamed can be found in the human being. Some writers speak of this, and the way that they speak of these things shows how this knowledge frightens them. High spiritual truths cannot be gained with the same ease as scientific truths that can be digested so comfortably by the mind. Sometimes the reality of these high truths scares us. In the 19th century, some people were both frightened and tremendously moved when they discovered what speaks out of the sometimes wild gaze of a human eye, EYE, or out of something else in the human being. One of the writers of the 19th century expressed himself in an extreme manner by saying that each of us really bears a murderer within us. He meant this centaur, of whom he was dimly conscious. It must be emphasized again and again that human nature contains enigmas that must gradually be solved. We must contemplate these things courageously and calmly, but they must not become trivial, because they make human consciousness approach the great solemnity of life. It is now our task to see the solemnity of life, to see the serious things that are approaching and that announce themselves in such terrible signs. This is one aspect, preparing the way for certain considerations that we will continue soon. The other aspect is as follows. Human beings pass through the portal of death. Last time I mentioned how different the entire way of experiencing things becomes after death, by showing you that what we communicate to the dead comes as if out of the dead themselves, and what the deceased tell us comes as if out of the depths of our own being. In communication with the dead, the reciprocal relationships are reversed. Here on earth you can hear yourself speaking to the other human beings. You hear what you tell them, and you hear what they tell you. When you communicate with the dead, their words rise out of your own soul, and what you tell them reaches you like an echo coming from the dead. You cannot hear what you tell them as something coming from yourself. You hear this as something coming from them. I wanted to give this as an example of the great difference between the physical world, where we live between birth and death, and the world we live in between death and a new birth. We look into this world when we contemplate it from a certain standpoint. When we look through the carpet woven by our senses, we look into the rhythm of the world. However, this rhythm has two aspects. I will show you these two aspects of the rhythm in a diagram, by drawing here a number of stars or planets, the planetary system if you like, belonging to our Earth. Human beings pass through this planetary system in the time between death and a new birth. A printed cycle of lectures contains details on these things. However, as human beings pass through the world, that is, still the visible world, they also come, between death and a new birth, into the world that is no longer visible or even spatial. These things are difficult to describe, because when we imagine anything here in the physical world, we imagine it spatially. Yet beyond the sense-perceptible world lies a world that is no longer spatial. In a diagram I must illustrate this spatially. The ancients said that beyond the planets lies the sphere of the fixed stars. This is expressed wrongly, but this does not matter now. And beyond that lies the supersensible world. The ancients pictured it spatially, but that is merely an illustration of that world. When we have entered this supersensible world, in the time between death and a new birth, we can say, even though again rendered pictorially, that we are then beyond the stars, and the stars themselves serve for a kind of reading. Between death and a new birth, we use the stars as a kind of text. Let us make this really clear. How do we read here on earth? We have approximately 12 consonants and 7 vowels with various variations. We arrange these letters in many ways into words. Think how a typesetter mixes the letters together in order to form words. All the words consist of the specific letters that we possess. For the dead, the fixed stars of the zodiac and the planets are what letters are for us here on the physical plane. The fixed stars of the zodiac are the consonants, and the planets are the vowels. Between birth and death we see from the center outward to the periphery. Beyond the starry heavens, the dead see from the periphery. It is most difficult of all to imagine that things are reversed after death, so that we see from the periphery, that we are really in the circumference and see the stars of the zodiac, the consonants, and the planets, the vowels, from outside. We look from outside at the events taking place on earth. Depending on which part of our being we enliven, we look down on the earth through Taurus and Mars, or we look through Taurus in between Mars and Jupiter. We must not picture this from the earthly standpoint, but reversed, for we are looking down onto the earth. When we are dead and circle around the earth, we read with the help of the starry system, but we must picture this kind of reading differently. We could read words during life in another way, but it would be more difficult technically than our present reading system. We could read in such a way that we have letters placed one after the other, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, or instead of arranging them in the type case, we could read in the following way. If the word he is to be read, a ray of light falls on H and E. If, quote-unquote, goes is to be read, a ray falls on G-O-E-S and S. The sequence of the letters could already be there, and they could be illuminated as required. It would not be arranged so comfortably from a technical aspect, but you can picture an earthly life where a reading is arranged this way. An alphabet is there, and there would be some device that illuminates one letter at a time. Then we can read the sequence of the illuminated letters, and obtain as a result Goethe's Faust, for instance. This cannot be imagined so easily, yet it is possible to imagine it, is it not? The dead read in such a way that with the aid of the starry system, the fixed stars remain immobile, but the dead themselves move. The fixed stars remain still, and the dead move around. If they are to read Leo above Jupiter, they move around in such a way that Leo stands above Jupiter. The dead connect the stars, just as we connect H and E in order to read, quote-unquote, he. This reading of earthly conditions from the cosmos, to which the invisible cosmos belongs, consists in this, that the dead can read what lies spiritually at the foundation of the stars. It is only that the entire system is based on rest or immobility. The entire divine system of reading from out of the cosmos is based on immobility. This means that according to the intentions of certain beings of the higher hierarchies, the planets should be stationary. Then the being engaged in reading would be the only one moving about. The events on the earth could be read rightly from the cosmos if the planets were immobile. But they are not immobile. Why not? They would be immobile if only the spirits of form, the exousiae, had created the world. But the luciferic spirits interfered and participated in this work, as you already know. Luciferic spirits brought to the earth what had been law during the old moon period of the earth, where certain things governed by the spirits of motion transferred to the power of the spirits of form. Luciferic spirits brought this system of movement to the earth from the old moon period, and brought the planets into a specific movement in the cosmic spaces. In a certain respect, this disturbed the order created by the Elohim. We must learn to know this Luciferic element between death and a new birth, so that we can, so to speak, remove what comes from the movement of the planets or the moving stars from what we read. We must draw this out. Then we will obtain the right result. Indeed, between death and a new birth, we learn a great deal about the working and weaving of the Luciferic element in the cosmos. This is the other side that I wished to point out. From this you see the connection between the life between death and a new birth and our life here. We might say that the world has two aspects. Here, between birth and death, we see one aspect through our senses, and between death and a new birth we see it from the reversed side, with the eye of the soul. And between death and a new birth we learn to read the conditions here on earth in relationship with the spiritual world. Try to realize this. Try to put yourself into these conditions. Then you will have to confess that it is indeed deeply significant to say that the world, which we first learn to know through our senses and our understanding, is an illusion, or Maya. As soon as we approach the real world, we find that the world we perceive through our senses is related to this real world in the same way that a reflection in the mirror is related to the living reality before the mirror. If you see several forms reflected in a mirror, this shows that there are forms outside the mirror which are reflected by it. Suppose that you look into the mirror as a disinterested spectator. Rudolf Steiner draws this, but no diagram is available. In the mirror you see the three figures that I have drawn here fight against each other. This shows that the mirrored figures do something, but you cannot say that figure A in the mirror beats figure B within the mirror. What you see in the mirror is the image of the fighting, because the figures outside the mirror are doing something. If you believe that A there in the mirror, or the reflected image of A, does something to B there within the mirror, you are quite mistaken. You cannot set up relationships and connections between the reflected images, but you can only say what is reflected in the mirrored images points to something in the world of reality, which is reflected. Yet our sense-perceptible world is a mirror, a Maya, and in this world people speak of causes and effects. When they speak of causes and effects in this world, it is just as if they were to believe that the mirrored image A beats the mirrored image B. Something happens among the real beings, reflected by the mirror, but the impulses leading to the fight cannot be found in the mirrored A and in the mirrored B. Something happens among the real beings, reflected by the mirror, but the impulses leading to the fight cannot be found in the mirrored A and in the mirrored B. Investigate nature and its laws, and you will find at first what appears to your senses a Maya, a reflecting element, or a mirrored image. The reality lies beneath the boundary that I have indicated to you, the boundary between the life of thought and the life of feelings. Even your own reality is not contained at all in your waking consciousness. Your own reality is contained within the spiritual reality that submerges the dreaming and sleeping forces of feeling and will. Thus it is nonsense to speak of a causal necessity in the world of Maya, and it is also nonsense to speak of cause and effect in the course of history. It is real nonsense. To this I would like to add that it is nonsense to say that the events of 1914 are the result of events in 1913, 1912, and so on. This is just as clever as saying that this A in the mirror is a bad fellow because he beats the poor B there within the mirror. What matters is to find the true reality, and this lies beneath the threshold that must be crossed in going down into the world of feeling and of will, and that does not enter our usual waking consciousness. And the centaur that I have described lives there. You see, we must grasp in a different way the idea that something that had to happen was necessary. We cannot interpret it as ordinary historians or scientists do. We must ask, who are the real beings that produced the events of a later period following an earlier one? The preceding historical events are merely the mirrored reflections. They cannot be the cause of what took place subsequently. This again is one side of the question. The other side will be clear to you if you realize that the waking reality embraced by our thoughts and sense perceptions only contains illusion or maya. This maya cannot be the real cause of anything. However, pure thoughts can determine our actions. This fact can be experienced if we are not led to deeds by passions, desires, and instincts, but by clear thoughts. Pure ideas can be the impulses of human actions. Yet ideas in and of themselves cannot accomplish anything. I can carry out an action under the influence of a pure idea, but the idea itself cannot do anything. In order to understand this, compare the idea with the mirrored image. The reflection in the mirror cannot cause you to run away. It must be that it displeases you, or something is there that has nothing to do with the reflection in the mirror if you run away. The reflection in the mirror cannot take a whip and cause you to run away. This image cannot be the cause of anything. When human beings fulfill actions under the influence of their reflected image, that is, their thoughts, they fulfill them out of maya. They carry out their actions out of the cosmic mirror. They are the ones who carry out the actions, and for this reason they act freely. However, when they are led by their passions, their actions are not free. They are not free, even if they are led by their feelings. They are free when they are led by their thoughts, that are mere reflections or mirrored images. For this reason I have explained in my title, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also known as a Philosophy of Freedom, that human beings can act freely and independently if they are guided by pure thinking, because pure thoughts cannot cause or do anything, so that the causal force must come from somewhere else. I illustrated this with the same image again in my book titled The Riddle of Humanity, Collected Works 170. We are free human beings precisely because we carry out actions under the influence of maya, because this maya, the world immediately around us, cannot bring about or cause anything. Our freedom is based on the fact that the world we perceive is maya. We unite our being with maya and thus become free beings. If the world we perceive were a reality, this reality would compel us, and we would not be free. We are free beings just because the world we perceive is not a reality, and for this reason it cannot force us to do anything, just as a mirrored reflection cannot force us to run away. The secret of the free human being is the understanding of the connection of the world perceived as maya, the mere reflection of a reality, and the impulses coming from human beings themselves. We must ourselves give the impetus to action if we are not induced to action by something influencing us. Freedom can be proved quite clearly if the proofs are sought on the basis that the world we perceive is a mirrored reflection and not a reality. These are the preparatory ideas that I wished to speak to you about, concerning what lies at the foundation of human nature, the part of human nature that can perceive reality, that has not attained the required maturity in one incarnation, but that must be weakened in order to become human in the next incarnation. The centaur, found beneath the threshold of consciousness, would be able to perceive truth and reality, but it cannot yet perceive. What we perceive today is not yet a reality. But human beings can let themselves be determined by that part of their being that is no longer, or is not yet, a centaur. Then their actions will be those of free beings. The secret of our freedom is intimately connected with the taming of our centaur nature. This centaur nature is contained in us so that it is chained and fettered, so that we may not perceive the reality of the centaur, but only the Maya. If we let ourselves be impelled by Maya, we are free. This is looked upon from one side. From the other side, we learn to know the world between death and a new birth. What otherwise surrounds us as the universe shrivels, and what enables us to read in the cosmos is reflected in the physical letters. The fact that many languages contain a larger number of letters today is due to the different nuances, but essentially there are 12 consonants, such as in the Finnish language, and 7 vowels, plus some with different nuances. The various nuances or shadings in the vowels were added by the luciferic element. What causes the vowels to move corresponds to the movement of the planets. Thus you can see the connection between what exists in human life on a small scale, the reading of the letters that are here on the paper, and what lives outside in the cosmos. Human beings are born out of the cosmos, and are not only the result of what preceded them in the line of heredity. These are some of the foundations that will enable us to gradually reach real conceptions of freedom and necessity in the historical, social, and ethical moral course of events. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is Lecture 5, entitled The Members of the Human Being and the Periods of Life, given in Dornach on December 15, 1917. If we wish to understand what lies at the foundation of the two impulses that penetrate so deeply into human life, so-called free will and so-called necessity, then we must add still other thoughts to the various ideas we have already discussed. I will do this today, so that tomorrow we can draw our considerations to a conclusion regarding the concepts of free will and necessity in the social, ethical, moral, and historical processes of human life. In discussing such things, it becomes increasingly evident that people, especially modern people, strive to embrace the highest, most important and significant things with the simplest concepts and thoughts. I have often mentioned that one must know certain things to understand a clock. Someone who has not the slightest idea of how the wheels work together, for example, will not be able to explain the details of how a clock works. Yet we wish to be competent judges of free will and necessity in all situations of life without having learned any fundamentals about these things. We prefer to remain ignorant about the most important and essential things, which can only be understood if we consider their whole relationship to human nature, and we wish to know and judge everything imaginable of our own accord. This is a particular desire of our times. When we say that the human being is a complicated being, organized in manifold ways, a being that penetrates deeply both into the physical plane and the spiritual world, then people often object that such things are dry and intellectual, and that the most important and essential things must be grasped in quite another way. The world will have to learn, perhaps the present catastrophic events are already teaching us a little, how much lies hidden in us and in our relationship with the course of world development. For years we have emphasized that we can differentiate roughly in human beings their physical nature or physical body, the etheric body or the body of formative forces, as I have called it, the astral body or the soul, and the actual capital I. We have emphasized recently, from the most varied points of view, that in reality, in our ordinary day-waking consciousness, between waking and sleeping, we have only partial knowledge of the impressions given through our senses and of our thoughts. But dream and sleep overlap into the world of waking life. We dream away the real content of our feeling life, and sleep through the real content of our life of the will. Through our feelings and through the contents of our will, we dive into the world in which we live together with the dead, among the beings of the higher hierarchies, the angeloi, archangeloi, archai, and so on. As soon as we live in a feeling, and we live constantly in feelings, everything in the kingdom of the dead lives with us in this sphere, or in the realm of feeling. Now something else must be added to this. In the life of ordinary waking consciousness, we speak of our I. However, we can only speak of this I in a very unreal sense, as far as our ordinary waking consciousness is concerned. For what is the real nature and being of this I? Normal waking consciousness cannot understand this. When clairvoyant consciousness penetrates into the true being of the I, it will find that it has a will-like nature. What we have in everyday consciousness is only an idea of the I, and this is why it is so easy for experimental psychologists to deny this I, even though this denial is really nonsense. These scientists and psychologists say that the I develops gradually and that human beings acquire this I in the course of their individual development. Human beings do not acquire the I itself in this way, but only the idea of the I. It is easy to deny the I because for everyday consciousness it is merely a thought, a reflection of the true, genuine I. The real I lives in the same sphere as the true reality of our will. And what we call our astral body, what we designate as the actual soul life, lives in the same sphere as our life of feelings. If you bear in mind the things we have thus considered, you will see that we dive with our I and our astral body into the same region that we share with the dead. When we penetrate clairvoyantly into our true I, we are also among both the eyes of the dead and the eyes of the so-called living. We must understand such things quite clearly in order to grasp how much we live with our everyday consciousness in the so-called world of appearance, in Maya. We are consciously awake in the world of our senses and in the world of our thoughts. However, the sense impulses give us only the physical world of nature, and our thoughts give us only what is in us and corresponds to our own nature between birth and death. Our eternal nature remains in the world we share with the dead. When we incarnate into life on the physical plane, our eternal self truly remains in the world where the dead live. In order to understand these things fully, we must grasp thoughts that are not so easy to digest. But these things must be said because they are true. We must exert ourselves to think them through. We do not have such thoughts in the course of our everyday waking consciousness. We know in this waking consciousness only what takes place in space and time, and we want to be satisfied with this. Often we human beings become ill because we try to imagine the contents of the spiritual world spatially, even though as something nebulous or misty. We want to think about it spatially, with souls flying about in space and so on. We must go beyond the ideas of space and time to more complicated ideas, if we really want to penetrate into these things. Today I would like to draw your attention to something that is very important for the understanding of the whole of human life. Let us bear in mind once more the fact that, roughly speaking, we possess this fourfold nature: the physical body, the body of formative forces or etheric body, the astral body, and the I. Now, when someone asks from the standpoint of ordinary waking consciousness how old a person is, people answer by giving the person's age, let us say 35, and believe that they have said something serious. In stating that a certain person is 35 years old, they have indeed said something of importance for the physical plane and for ordinary waking consciousness. However, for the spiritual world, in other words, for the etheric being of the human being, this states only a part of the reality. When you say that you are 35 years old, you only say this in regard to your physical body. To be correct, you must say that your physical body is 35 years old, but these words express nothing at all about the etheric body, or the other members of the human being. For it is an illusion, indeed a fantasy, to think that your I, for instance, is 35 years old when your physical body is 35 years old. Here we must bear in mind different rates of speed in the development of the various members of the human being. The following figures will make you realize this. We say that a particular human being is 7 years old. This only means that his or her physical body has reached the age of 7 years. The etheric body is not yet 7 years old, for the body of formative forces does not maintain the same speed as the physical body. Because we imagine time as one continuous stream, we are not aware of such things, and so we cannot understand that different things maintain different speeds within the course of time. This physical body that is 7 years old has developed according to a certain speed. The etheric body develops more slowly, the astral body still more slowly, and slowest of all is the I. The etheric body is only 5 years old and 3 months old when the physical body is 7 years old, because it develops more slowly. The astral body is 3 years and 6 months old, and the I 1 year and 9 months. Let me read that part again. The etheric body, when the physical body is 7 years old, the etheric body is only 5 years and 3 months old when the physical body is 7 years old, because it develops more slowly. The astral body is 3 years and 6 months old, and the I 1 year and 9 months. On the physical plane, this I develops at a slower pace. We live in the same slower pace in our life with the dead. Why do we not grasp what takes place in the stream of the experiences of the dead? Because we do not accustom ourselves to slowing down when we are holding the dead inwardly in our thoughts and feelings where they live. Hence, if our physical body is 28 years old, then our I is only 7 years old. Our I, which is the essential part of our being, thus maintains a much slower pace in the course of development in the physical body. The difficulty consists in the fact that we generally consider speed or velocities merely as outer velocities. When things move beside one another, we say that one thing moves more quickly and the other one more slowly, because we use time as a comparison. But here, the speed within time is different. Without this insight into the fact that the different members of the human being have different speeds in their development, it is impossible to grasp the connection with the true, deeper being of the human being. From this you will see how, in everyday consciousness, people simply throw together entirely different things contained in human nature. Human beings consist of this fourfold being, and the four members of this being are so different from one another that they even have different ages. However, people fall under a great illusion by applying the physical body to everything. They say something with absolutely no meaning whatever for the spiritual world when they say that their I is 28 years old at the same time as their physical body. We must realize that the four members of the human being must be reckoned according to four entirely different measurements of time. For the I, a year is simply 4 times as long as for the physical body. This could be shown pictorially if we wanted to project this onto the physical plane. For instance, while a human being may grow normally and become 28 years old, a child might grow more slowly and after 28 years be like a child of 7. Thus the whole matter appears at first like an abstract truth, but it is a fundamental reality in the human being. Just consider that our I is the bearer of what we call our understanding or our self-conscious thinking. When our understanding and our conscious thinking are within our I, then this understanding and conscious thinking are actually much younger than we are according to our physical body. This reveals, however, that when a human being of 28 seems to have understanding that has developed to the age of 28, only 1/4 of this understanding is really his or her own. It cannot be otherwise. If we have a certain amount of understanding at 28, only 1/4 of this is our own. The rest belongs to the universal world, to the world in which we are submerged through our astral body, etheric body, and physical body. Yet we know something of these bodies directly only through ideas and sense perceptions. In other words, within the I. This means that during our development as human beings, between birth and death, we are only a mere semblance of a reality. We make the impression of being 4 times as clever as we really are. All we possess, in addition to this 1/4, we owe to what holds sway in the historical, social, and moral work within the world where we dream and sleep. Dream and sleep impulses, which we have in common with the universe, seethe up above the horizon of our being, fructify this 1/4 part of our understanding and soul, and make it 4 times as strong as it really is. Here is the point where illusion arises concerning human freedom. The human being is indeed a free being. However, only the real human being is free. Only the 1/4 part that I just described is a free being. Other beings play into the remaining 3/4. Therefore, these parts cannot be free. From this arises the delusion regarding freedom that causes us to continually ask if human beings are free or not. They are free when the idea of freedom is connected with that 1/4 of their being. If human beings wish to have this freedom as an impulse of their own, they must develop this 1/4 part in a correspondingly independent way. In ordinary life, this 1/4 part cannot assert itself, simply because it is overpowered by the other 3/4. Our desires, appetites, emotions, and passions are active in the remaining 3/4. These slay our freedom, for what is contained in the universe in the form of impulses works through these desires, emotions, and passions. Now the question arises, how can we make this 1/4 of our soul life really free? We must relate this 1/4 with what is independent of the remaining 3/4. I have tried to answer this question philosophically in my title, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also known as the Philosophy of Freedom, by attempting to show how human beings can only be free within themselves when they place their actions entirely under the influence of pure thinking, meaning when they transform impulses of pure thought into impulses of action that are not in any way dependent upon the outer world for their development. For whatever is developed out of the outer world does not allow us to be free. Only what develops in our thinking independently of the outer world as the motive of our actions lets us realize freedom. Where do such motives come from, if they do not come from the outer world? They come out of the spiritual world. Human beings need not be clairvoyantly conscious in every situation of life of how these impulses come from the spiritual world. They can, nevertheless, be within them all the same. But they will necessarily conceive these impulses in a somewhat different way than they are in reality. When we rise in clairvoyant consciousness to the first stage of the spiritual world, we come to the imaginative world. The second stage is the world of inspiration, as you know. The third stage, the world of intuition. Instead of allowing the impulses of our will or actions to rise out of our physical, astral, and etheric bodies, we can receive them as imaginations, behind which stand inspirations and intuitions. That is, if we receive no impulses from our bodies, but only from the spiritual world. The following does not need to be experienced through conscious clairvoyant perception. Quote, "Now I will something, and behind this will stand intuition, inspiration, and imagination." Close quote. Instead, the result of this appears as an idea, as a pure thought, and has the appearance of an idea created in the imagination. Because this is so, because such an idea lying at the foundation of free actions must appear to everyday consciousness as an idea created out of imagination, I called it moral imagination in my title, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path. What then is this moral imagination? This moral imagination is the opposite of a mirrored reflection. What lies spread out around us as the outer physical reality is a mirrored reflection. Physical reality sends us reflections of things. We cannot see through the tableau of moral imagination, so things appear to us as fantasy or imagination. Behind them, however, stand the real active impulses: imagination, inspiration, and intuition. When we do not know that these impulses are active, but only receive what they bring about into our ordinary consciousness, it then looks like a fantasy. And these results of moral imagination, these incentives to action that do not lie in desires, passions, and emotions, are free. But how can we attain moral imagination? If we were to attain clairvoyance, we would come to it consciously. However, we do not need to do that. A human being who is not clairvoyant can also develop moral imagination. All real progress for humanity has always proceeded out of moral imagination, as far as this progress developed within the ethical sphere. The point in question is that we first develop a feeling, then an enhanced feeling. We shall hear immediately what is meant by enhanced feeling, that we are not merely here on this earth to accomplish things concerning us personally or individually, but also to accomplish things that allow the will of the time spirits to be realized. It appears as if we were implying something quite special when we say that we must accomplish the will of the time spirits. But a time will come when we will understand this much better than now, and a time will come when the contents of human teaching will be different. At present, only ideas dealing with nature are conveyed, even to the most educated people. What is imparted to people regarding ethical and social life is, in most cases, an unreal schematic abstraction. In this connection, we have not yet attained what earlier ages possessed. Only with great difficulty can modern people think themselves into earlier times. Earlier times possessed myths connected with the vital life of the people. These myths penetrated into poetry, art, and into all manner of things. With what were these myths concerned? In Greece one spoke of Oedipus, Hercules, and other heroes worthy of emulation. They were the first to do exemplary deeds, and everyone wished to follow in their footsteps. The thread of imagination, thought, and feeling led backward, so that people felt at one with those long dead. What went out as impulse from those who had died was told in myths, and human beings lived in experiencing and becoming one with the impulses of these myths. Something similar must again be created, and will be created, when the impulses of spiritual science are rightly understood. Except that in the future, souls will gaze forward much more than backward. Public teaching must consist of what binds human beings together with current earthly development, and above all with the impulses of the time spirit, the corresponding being from the hierarchy of the archai, before whom stand the so-called dead as well as the living, as I have said previously. People will learn in the public teaching of the future the meaning of such a period of culture as the one that began in the 15th century, closing the Greco-Roman period. In our current 5th post-Atlantean period, people will learn to know the real intentions of the general cosmos. They will take up the spiritual impulses of our time, and they will know that these impulses must be manifested between the 15th century and one of the centuries of a coming millennium. And they will know that we belong to our cultural period in such a way that the impulses of the existing age stream through us. In the future, even children, as they learn to name the flowers and the stars, They do this less today, but it is at least something outwardly real. We'll learn to take up the real spiritual impulses of the period. First, they must be educated to do this. What is told as history today must first cease to be called history. In a not too distant future, instead of speaking of historical events as they do today, people will speak of the spiritual impulses standing behind historical world development, impulses that are dreamt by human beings. These are the spiritual impulses that call us to freedom and make us free, because they raise us to the world from which intuition, inspiration, and imagination come. What happens outwardly on the physical plane, constituting outer history, I have explained this even in public lectures, loses its meaning as soon as it is in the past. In reality, it does not justify our saying that the former event is always the cause of the following one. There is nothing more senseless than to recount history by describing, for instance, the deeds of Napoleon at the beginning of the 19th century, and then assuming that the events after Napoleon's exile are the consequence of Napoleon's actions. Nothing is more senseless than this. For what one can tell about Napoleon signifies exactly the same for reality as the description of a human corpse 3 days after death signifies for the dead person's life. What is now called history is a cadaver event, in quotes, compared with reality, even though this cadaver event has a great importance in the minds of many people. What happens outwardly becomes reality only when its development out of spiritual impulses is revealed. Then it will be seen clearly that a human being's deeds, for example, in a certain decade of a certain century, are the consequence of what he or she experienced before entering into incarnation on earth. Their deeds are in no sense the consequence of events occurring in the course of decades of physical experience on earth. Anthroposophical spiritual science will have to deepen and fructify the sphere of history, especially in regard to historical, social, and moral life. When this knowledge of spiritual impulses has become one of the essential demands of our time, it will then correspond to the living reality of the myths in ancient times. This knowledge will permeate human beings with impulses leading them to deeds and actions that will make them free. These things must first be understood. Then, when this understanding spreads over an ever wider sphere, it will indeed influence real life. But these considerations will also show you something else. You will realize that the impulses of feeling and will, with which we are in the same sphere of life as the so-called dead, are a higher and more intensive reality than the one we know in our waking consciousness as ideas and sense impressions. For this reason, what I just described as a demand of our age, which must become an object of public teaching, can only be truly fruitful when it is not merely grasped with the understanding, but when it goes over into the impulses of feeling and will. This can only come about when spiritual science is really seen as not simply a theory, but true reality. Spiritual science is easily looked upon merely as a teaching or theory, but in fact spiritual science is truly a quote-unquote living word. Spiritual science is the revelation from the world we share with the higher hierarchies and with the so-called dead. Those who really understand it know that the soul music of the spiritual world resounds forth in spiritual science. What we read, not from dead letters, but from the real happenings in the spiritual world, can indeed permeate our feeling with fervent life when we grasp spiritual science as something speaking to our inner being from the spiritual world. I have emphasized at different times how the matter stands when I described how, on the one hand, since 1879, spiritual life can stream down to the physical plane in an entirely new way, and how, on the other hand, it must indeed face its opponents in the spirits of darkness. Everything must still be achieved in connection with the content of spiritual science, really entering our feeling and will. And this can be achieved only when certain things change thoroughly, those things with which modern humanity has reached a cultural dead-end street. We must also let it sink in that historical development progresses in such a way that on the one hand the events of history may be compared to a growing tree, but when the leaves have grown as far as the periphery, the tree ceases to grow and the dying process begins. It is the same with historical events. Let us stay with the picture I have used here before. A definitive group of historical events may have their roots in the last third of the 18th century. I shall speak of this more clearly tomorrow. Other influences were added to these in the course of the 19th century, and so on. But you see, these historical events expand and reach their extreme boundaries. There is a drawing. In this case, the boundary is not the same as in the case of a tree or a plant that does not grow beyond its periphery. Here a new route of historical events must begin. For decades already we have been living in a time when such new historical events must spring out of direct intuition. But in the historical life of human beings, illusion can also spread easily concerning these things. To be sure, you can watch the growth of a plant that grows according to its inner laws, until it reaches a certain periphery and cannot grow beyond it. Yet now you can call forth an illusion by attaching wires, hanging paper leaves on them, and giving yourself the illusion that the plant continues to grow up to this point. Such wires do indeed exist where historical events are concerned. While historical events should long ago have adopted another course, such wires are there instead. Except that in historical development these wires are human prejudices and human indolence, which continue to maintain on dead wires what has died long ago. Certain people place themselves at the ends of these dead wires, in other words, at the outermost ends of human prejudice. And these people are often considered true historical personalities. And people do not realize how much these personalities sit on the wires of human prejudice. One of the most important tasks of the present is to begin somewhat to judge how many personalities who are looked upon as great individualities are in reality merely hanging on the wires of human prejudice. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is Lecture 6, entitled New Spiritual Impulses in History, Their Rejection by the Materialistic World Conception, and the Result of the Catastrophic Events of World War I, given in Dornach on December 16, 1917. In the background of all these considerations stands a question that in the present age is far more materialistic in its fundamental conception than can be imagined. This question refers to the origin of certain historical events. People speak of historical necessity, that the events that took place in the past year, for instance, were historically the result of events that took place in the preceding years. What I characterize here as historical reaches, of course, into everything proceeding from human actions, that is, into social, moral, and cultural life in general. The materialistic conception does not only consist in leading spiritual phenomena back to the sphere of natural science, or to a material cause, but it also exists in many other things. The materialistic conception would actually like to eliminate the concept of free will. It would also like to interpret the events taking place in the course of history in the same way that it contemplates scientific matters, namely that a preceding cause always produces, with a certain necessity, something that follows it as an effect. Then people say, and believe they are thinking very clearly when they say this, that all events, even those that have broken out in our world with such catastrophic force, are a necessity. In this sense, meaning with the idea of scientific necessity, this is perfect nonsense, although the statement that all events are a necessity is justified in other directions. If we consider the complicated organization of human nature we discussed yesterday, we will gain insight not only with our understanding, but also with our feeling into the depths of the ordering of our world. We will also gradually lose the habit of thinking that this reality can be embraced by abstract ideas of scientific laws. Then our gaze will fall on certain phenomena in nature that can teach us many things, if they are looked upon in their true light. An example would be a phenomenon like the following. Every year a great number of life germs develop in the ocean, seeds or embryos that do not become living beings. The life germs or eggs are laid, and most of them perish. Only a small part of these grow into real living beings. This, of course, does not only happen in the wide ocean, but also in the whole of nature. Consider how many life germs are supposed to become living beings, even in the short space of 1 year. How much is meant to become alive and does not attain life, when eggs are laid that do not develop? We could say that all these germs of life contain causes that do not produce effects. Indeed, anyone who considers nature in an unprejudiced way, especially without the precise theoretical opinion that every cause has its effect and every effect has its cause, will find that there are countless things in nature that must be designated as causes, although they do not produce the same effects as when the causes live themselves out completely. There are countless instances where life is interrupted, so to speak, and does not attain its goal. This is something that you can see outside in physical nature. If spiritual investigators ask themselves what corresponds to this in the spiritual world, they will find something very strange. They will find something that corresponds, in a certain sense, exactly to this standing still of life in nature, but also corresponds to spiritual nature. We have seen that often, but not always, the spiritual must be characterized as having qualities that are the exact opposite of those found in nature. We have seen natural causes that bring about no results because the process is interrupted. And what is disposition in the cause, disposition is one of the worst possible words for the comprehension of reality, does not develop further. In the same way, spiritual investigation shows us that effects arising in the spiritual world are determined by causes just as little as in the natural world. Yet here we have effects. Let us ask concretely what spiritual investigators see when the eye of their soul, EYE, sees such repressed processes of life. The physical eye sees that the eggs perish, but the eye of the soul and spirit sees that where such eggs apparently perish, something endowed with being arises in an earlier, not yet material stage. If we wish to investigate what really happens when material causes have no results, then we must dream in a cosmic sense, if I may use this expression. In our ordinary consciousness, we can only dream egoistically. When we dream at night, our dreams are connected with our own organism, and we are not connected with our surroundings. When we connect with our surroundings and at the same time develop the forces we develop in dreams, we experience imaginative thinking. We can experience consciously through imaginative thought what is kept back in the processes of nature and does not reach the stage of physical living beings. Beings arise from such repressed life germs that are only accessible to imaginative thought. We could dream of them if we dreamt as beings belonging to the hierarchy of the angeloi, instead of as human beings. In fact, if I may use this expression, the Angeloid dream of the beings that are simply the products of the life germs that have only apparently perished, rising up every year in great numbers from the sea and the earth as elemental forms. If we enliven this thought properly, we can see a kind of elemental life arising out of the earth like a spiritual fragrance. We ourselves are embedded in this elemental life with our own souls. But we are in this elemental life in an intense manner, for we take part in the process I have just mentioned. As human beings, we participate very intensely in this process, as do the animals. How? Well, there is no difference between what happens when a certain quantity of fish eggs are laid in the sea, eggs that do not develop and only give rise to elemental existence, and what happens when we see the seeds growing out of the earth. How many grains of wheat are predetermined to become wheat plants, and yet they do not grow into plants because we eat them. In this case, we ourselves, in our daily processes, connect ourselves with what develops as elemental existence. In the grains of wheat and in other products that we use for our food, we interrupt the progressive process. We do not allow the life germs to become real beings, but through our own existence we cause what was destined for something else to become an elemental process that can be seen only through imagination. But the reality that lies at the foundation of this imaginative life takes place because we ourselves are placed into the process and participate in it. From the grains of wheat, from everything else in nature that we consume in this way, an elemental life arises that permeates us. We take up this elemental life and are within it. We have here the foundation of elemental life. We can exist, so to speak, only because we interrupt another progressive process and spiritualize it. Even when we eat, we spiritualize a process that would otherwise take a purely material course. The opposite is to be found in the spiritual world. There we find the effects that have no causes, such as a billiard ball that moves because another one hits it. When we contemplate such things, the idea of cause and effect loses its meaning. Effects arise in the life of our soul and spirit, effects from the spiritual world that we cannot say have been caused. We face the elemental results, parenthesis, that arise, so to speak, in the form of fragrance from the processes just described, close parenthesis, with desires arising from necessities of life. We must eat, hence we must embed ourselves into these elementary processes. Just as we face such elemental processes with a certain lust or desire, so do we face spiritual effects, which are in a certain sense devoid of causes, with antipathy. Inasmuch as we are physical human beings, we strive to prevent these effects from the spiritual world from entering into us. If you try to grasp this somewhat subtle thought, you will see that we are surrounded by a spiritual will that strives to enter into us. At first we do not face it with desire. We are not even inclined to accept it. It is as if will impulses were constantly floating around us in the air, but we reject them. When clairvoyant consciousness develops, it soon comes to light that imaginative things surround us, and that we are hindered by inner obstacles from taking up this imaginative element. Let us consider this imaginative element as a reality. Just as here on the earth a certain number of life germs perish every year, so do spiritual imaginative things live in the spiritual world that always surrounds us. They can indeed be reached through imagination, but through our human disposition we place obstacles in the way. These obstacles are not to be looked upon in an abstract way or in general. They must be grasped as concrete and differentiated obstacles. What develops every year as an ascending elemental life out of physical life develops spiritually in other time periods, descending and becoming something that we reject. This occurs in other periods of time that are not very regular. There are times when the spiritual life surges around us very strongly, and many things wish to come to us. And there are other times when the spiritual air around us is not so full. We may take up a more or less receptive attitude, although generally speaking, we do not feel inclined to take up this kind of existence that can be reached only through imaginations. But certain conditions may enable us to be receptive. We shall still speak of this. Or we may take up an entirely rejecting attitude. Let us suppose that in a certain period of time there are many such beings that want to approach us in a spiritual way, and that we reject them. What will happen? By rejecting these spiritual beings who want to come to us, humanity creates the opportunity within itself for a continuation of the old, withered processes that continue to spin their dry threads, so that they produce dead results instead of bringing about a living result. It is just the same as if a plant that has reached the end of its life were not taken away, but were to continue as a dried-up, lifeless plant to the damage of its surroundings. In the course of historical events, this takes place in the following way. An age approaches. The beginning of the 20th century was essentially such an age, in which spiritual beings are waiting to approach human beings. An age when we are called upon in every way to open our soul to new revelations. Yet people reject these new revelations. Then the old continues to spin beyond its limits, for these old processes are not fructified anew by human beings. What has not been fructified continues to spin on in a dry and barren way, and this causes such events as the present catastrophe. One of the most important causes to be found in the spiritual world is the fact that as the 20th century approached, world development took a course that made human beings oppose the new revelation, for reasons which we shall still discuss. One might say that the spiritual world was full of all that was offered to humanity in the form of new spiritual knowledge and impulses, yet humanity rejected them. Why? Undoubtedly, such things are connected with conditions of human development. We know that the materialistic age had to come. It has its good qualities from certain other aspects. The materialistic age came, and one of its consequences was that people formed ideas that were connected only with one side of human nature. Yesterday we saw that each of the four members of the human being, physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and the capital I, is really of a different age. When we are 28 years old, we are 28 only as far as our physical body is concerned. Our so-called etheric body is 21. The astral body is 14, and the I is only 7 years old. Yesterday's considerations show this quite well. The I, for instance, lives in us, disregarding the other members, more slowly, so that it is still a child of 7 years when we have reached the age of 28. When we are 28 years old, according to our physical body, this child of 7 is indeed connected with quite different worlds than that of natural scientific necessity. But in this materialistic age, people have become accustomed to form only ideas that can be applied to the relationship of the physical body with its surroundings, and everything is judged according to this. The human being, such as he or she stands in the world, is really a complicated being, as we have seen yesterday from many aspects. What a person believes to know and then says about himself or herself in our materialistic age is only a quarter of all that pertains to the human being, only what concerns the physical body. We can speak of scientific necessity only in regard to the relationship of the physical body with its surroundings. What can we say when we consider, for instance, what is a child of 7 in a person of 28 years, disregarding the other members? Here we must speak of something quite different, something from which this illuminated, infinitely clever age has turned away completely. Strange as it may sound to a modern human being, we must speak in this case of wonders, of miracles. Wonders, in the sense that people often imagine them, or as imagined by people who like to go to spiritualistic seances, are things which a real spiritual science cannot address. Wonders lie in entirely different spheres. Wonders lie in spiritual happenings. Just as necessities lie in the outer events of nature, so do wonders lie in spiritual events. No human being who enters the physical world from the spiritual world and proceeds to a physical incarnation is a physical necessity. Human beings are a necessity only in that they themselves determine this necessity, because they have made the superconscious decision in the spiritual world to connect themselves with a certain hereditary stream. The cause does not lie in father and mother. They merely provide the opportunity. The appearance of every human being in the physical world is a miracle, a wonder. The entrance into the physical world of the part of the human being that is 7 years old, when the physical body is 28, is always a true wonder. And every question regarding this, from a natural scientific point of view concerning the cause, unquote, in quotes, is nonsense. It is nonsense to ascribe to heredity the part in us living so slowly that it is only 7 years old when we are 28. If we really want to find out its origin and ask where does this 7-year-old part come from, we come to the spiritual world that we share with the so-called dead, and where we lived before descending into our physical body. Those who can think in an unprejudiced way could indeed form thoughts concerning such things, even though it is very difficult in our materialistic age. Think how much Goethe occupied himself with scientific thoughts, and how exemplary his scientific ideas are. He had, as you know, a constant longing to go to Italy. And when he finally saw the great works of art in Italy that gave him a conception of the creative artistic activity of the Greeks, he wrote to his friends at Weimar, quote, "Here is necessity, here is God." Close quote. He wrote of a necessity not rooted in natural science. He could have had a sense of that natural scientific necessity from his previous scientific work, but he instead sensed the necessity that shines from the spiritual world and is the same as the wonder or miracle. But our age is an illuminated one. Our contemporaries are very clever. For this reason, they have not only rejected the unjustified conception of wonder, but have banished wonder even from the spiritual world. But to banish wonder from the spiritual world implies nothing less than doing everything possible to thoroughly miscomprehend the spiritual world. The things coming from the spiritual world appear to us only as effects. If we look for the causes, we cannot find them. For a spiritual investigator, this is an unconditional truth. At the end of the 19th century, people's lack of feelings of wonder and reverence for what sought to come to them as revelations from the spiritual world had increased to such a high degree that there was an aversion for such revelations. For these revelations come to us in the same measure that we develop reverence for all that is profound in the world. What can enter into the world order as wonders may also not take place, can also not be there. This dulling of human feelings of wonder is connected with what was not taken up in the age approaching the 20th century. If we wish to speak of the causes of our present catastrophic events, we will find these causes are not human actions, but instead are sins of omission. This is the essential point. Many times in recent lectures I have pointed out an excellent philosopher who lived in the middle of the 19th century, Karl Christian Planck. In many places I have seized the opportunity to draw attention to Planck, because he wrote a book that is, we might say, his philosophical literary testament. This book sketches the details, even the spiritual details, of the present world catastrophe. Indeed, one may say that he does not just give intimations of them, but really describes them in advance. The book was written in 1880. How could he write this? Planck could write it because he was one of those spirits who could see at the right time what was taking place. If you have a house that needs to be repaired, it must be done in time. If you wait until it cannot be repaired any more, it will collapse, and the catastrophe occurs. Our present catastrophe is nothing but a collapse. The right time to bring about what might have taken place instead was during the 1870s and 1880s. People like Planck, who pointed out what was bound to come, never become, as we all know, leading personalities in outer life. When a leading personality, a statesman or someone similar, must be found, people do not naturally turn to those who know something, in the sense of Karl Christian Planck. These people cannot be used. Instead, people choose others who very often can do nothing to repair and support the falling house. If we only look into the background of life, it can be proved historically that revelations from the spiritual world were given to many people. Planck is not the only one. At the right moment, the revelation of the event that humanity was facing. There might still have been time to avert the course of such an event. Of course, no one listened to Karl Christian Planck. Even now, who listens to those who say what must be said to effectively avert a catastrophe years before the catastrophe takes place? Unfortunately, we must say that the way humanity has lived through this catastrophic event up to now clearly shows that if it lasts another 4 years, human beings will become accustomed to it and will accept it as normal life. Indeed, this has already progressed to a high degree. Those who understand the times, however, today ask what must take place. For if something does not take place, the consequences will necessarily arise decades later, because something was left undone at the right time. But what should take place according to the present conditions of time cannot be discovered in the surrounding physical world. If we wish to hear the right things, it is necessary today to listen to those who can speak out of the spiritual world. Of course, less important things are fulfilled more quickly. One may say that in perhaps 5 years human beings will recognize that they should have listened to many things. And they might already have known many things if they had listened at the right moment. But they are not inclined to hear these things. They only like to hear things that are visible in the outer physical world. But this physical world has no significance for the historical course of events. It does not show the impulse, the motive force behind events. What is to be the starting force and impulse for events in social and ethical life must come out of the spiritual world. In our age, humanity should be educated that to understand a very great event in the course of human evolution, they must believe in free will, in historical world development, and wonder is identical with this. This point lies in the conception of the spiritual message of Christ, of the mystery of Golgotha. In earlier times, humanity had an entirely different relationship to the mystery of Golgotha, and the further we go back in history, the greater this difference is. We have often spoken of this. Today it is not possible for human beings, especially for those who are most advanced in the sense of the spirit of the age, to understand the event at Golgotha as an historical event, resembling other historical events. As a foundation for the argument to be dealt with here, I only need to point out that the significance of the Gospels as historical documents has, as you know, been shaken. We cannot consider the Gospels as historical documents in the same way that we consider writings concerning Socrates, Plato, Alcibiades, or Caesar as historical documents. It is impossible to view the Gospels as historical documents and to look upon the resurrection of Christ as an historical event in the sense that other historical events and facts are proved historically with the way of thinking adopted in modern historical research. It is not possible to speak of Christ Jesus as an historical personality, in the same way that we speak of Charlemagne as an historical personality, according to so-called historical sources. He who sees through such things will realize that the time has come when those who love truth and try to understand things through truth must say that what used to be considered as historical sources for the mystery of Golgotha has been shaken because of the form adopted by modern historical investigation. One must indeed be very dull, for instance like Adolf Harnack, the famous theologian, to stand up again and again and state that what can be asserted concerning Christ Jesus on a quarto page constitutes an historical document in the meaning of modern history. Of course, these things standing on a quarto page are just as little historical documents as the Gospels, according to Harnack himself, are historical documents. But an attempt like the one of Harnack, to which hundreds and hundreds of others may be added, is connected with the lack of truthfulness of our age regarding such things. Such attempts are never willing to draw radical conclusions. Nevertheless, these are the right conclusions to draw. The conclusion we must come to is that, in accordance with what lies before us, we must confess that we cannot find Christ Jesus as we seek him in an outward historical way. We must find him through spiritual investigation. This is how we shall surely find him, and the historical event at Golgotha. Why? It must be this way, because the historical event at Golgotha occurred in the course of human development through freedom of will, in a much higher sense than is the case with other historical events. And because human beings must accept its validity through inner freedom. Events that can be proved historically cannot be accepted freely. Events that have no outer historical proof are accepted for spiritual reasons, and on a spiritual foundation we are free. We become Christian through freedom. And in our modern age we must understand, above all, that we can be Christian in a real sense only through complete freedom, and not through the compulsion of historical documents. The task destined for our age is that Christianity shall gain the truth through which it will become the great impulse for the human understanding of freedom. It belongs to the fundamental truths of our age that it be understood that the evidence for Christianity must be sought in the spiritual world. If this insight becomes as intense in human nature as it should become, it will give rise to other insights. We should learn to answer for ourselves this question: how can I make myself more receptive to the recognition of what is not forced upon me from the physical world, against which I may at first even feel an aversion, an antipathy? What makes me more inclined toward this? It is not out of personal vanity or conceit, but rather only because I wish to bring a concrete example that I have pointed out on many similar occasions, that I began my literary career by refraining at first from setting forth my own opinions. Instead, everything that I set forth was connected with Goethe's spirit, in a conscious retrospect of a spirit who entered the spiritual kingdom of the so-called dead in the year 1832. But read what I wrote in connection with Goethe in the time preceding my title, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also called Philosophy of Freedom. The so-called Goethe investigators study these books chiefly with respect to the question of whether or not they give a rendering of Goethe's views. They receive Goethe's views only if the writer is a literary ruminant. In other words, if he only repeats what Goethe said during his incarnation up to 1832. I was always of the opinion that we really do not need to repeat what Goethe said, because Goethe himself said what he wished to say far better. It is always better to read Goethe's own works than the opinions of schoolmasters, even when they are such excellent schoolmasters as, for instance, Lewes, who wrote the famous Goethe biography. What I tried to write is based on the inspiration of a Goethe who is no longer on the earth, the continuation of his ideas in a certain sphere after death. I wrote what could be written out of a certain feeling of a living relationship with the so-called dead. I mention this as an example, and indeed not out of conceit and vanity, but because it is connected with the question of what human beings must do to become more receptive to what comes from the spiritual world. Human beings must develop a connection with the dead, but in a sensible, sound, really fitting way, not spiritualistically. The dead continue to speak after their death. We have seen that what they say and send down as impulses lives not in the experiences we gain through our senses, and not in our thoughts, but in our feelings and in the reality of our will impulses. But then we must also find within us what makes us inclined to approach the spiritual world. Antipathy for imaginations is connected with unbelief in the possibility of being able to approach the spiritual world. Antipathy for imaginations that wish to enter from the spiritual world in the form of impulses permeating our actions in human, social, moral, and ethical events. Only these impulses from the dead can make human beings free. Two things are necessary in our age: to penetrate wholly into the truth that the acknowledgement of the mystery of Golgotha must be a free deed of the human soul, and to seek in a real way the bridge to the dead, not merely in an abstract way or with abstract faith. In our age there is a great aversion to this. People do not at once see through all that speaks against it. What ideal do human beings have today as far as social life is concerned? They think, quote, "We are clever people. We were born and went to school, and that is why we are so clever. We are clever human beings, and consequently we know very well what must happen in social life. We call together meetings, elect officers, councillors, and parliaments. People discuss there what must happen in social life, naturally, for we are clever. And when such clever people of the present age come together, the right things must result." Close quote. This is the ideal, but it is based on an assumption that is not correct, namely that people know right away what is right. Have you met anyone who knows what is the right thing for the year 1917, the year of this lecture? Not those who are now 20 years old and love to sit in Parliament to talk and determine what is the right thing for 1917. Those who died long ago know this best of all. We should ask them what we should do. This provides a great deal of the answer to the question of how we can improve our social life. Learn to consult the dead. As physical human beings up to the end of our life, we know, as a rule, only what is convenient to us personally. Only when we are dead does our knowledge become really mature, to such an extent that it can really be applied to social life. But one must not think that the dead can have a direct influence physically in the course of events, more or less like physical human beings. The dead know, more than the living, what must happen socially, but human beings living on the physical plane must listen to them and be the instruments carrying out the knowledge of the dead. Modern human beings must learn above all to become instruments. But such, quote-unquote, parliaments, if I may use this unpleasant expression, where human beings will strive to let the dead also be heard, will not exist for a long time to come. but no well-being can come in certain spheres unless the dead are consulted, unless social life is spiritualized also from this direction. Before believing that the knowledge gained here on earth through birth, the world, and school is ripe for social impulses, we should penetrate into what has really become ripe for social impulses, the wisdom of those who have already laid aside the physical body, a wisdom that can reveal significant points of view if we really investigate it. Just imagine how much deeper the life of feeling will become, what a deepening the human soul will experience when what I have now expressed in the form of thoughts become feeling. Imagine when the ancient myths that connected human beings with their ancestors are replaced by the link that I have mentioned. When a concrete spiritual life will again permeate our spiritual atmosphere, and what can thus be grasped through spiritual science in the form of thoughts passes into the soul and feelings, and human beings will really live in this. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. Lecture 7, The Inadequacy of Natural Science for the Knowledge of the Life of the Soul, given in Dornach on December 17, 1917. In the lectures given during this week, we discussed much that can lead us to understand the nature of the human being in connection with the historical development of humanity, in such a way as to enable us to gradually form a conception of necessity and free will. Such questions can be less easily decided by means of definitions and combinations of words than by bringing together the relevant truths from the spiritual world. In our age, humanity must become more and more accustomed to acquiring a different way of understanding reality from the one so prevalent today, which, after all, holds to very secondary and nebulous concepts bound up with the definitions of words. If we consider what certain persons who think themselves especially clever write and say, we have the feeling that they speak in concepts and ideas that are only apparently clear. In reality, however, they are as lacking in clarity as if someone were to speak of a certain object that is made out of a gourd, so that the gourd is transformed into a bottle and used as such. We can then call this object a gourd, for it is a gourd in reality, but we can also call it a bottle, for it is used as a bottle. Indeed, the things we speak of are first determined by the connections we are dealing with. As soon as we no longer rely upon words when we are speaking, but upon a certain perception, then everyone will know whether we mean a bottle or a gourd. But then we may not confine ourselves to a description or a definition of the object, because as long as we do so, it can just as well be a gourd as a bottle. In a similar way, many philologists, who consider themselves very clever, speak today of what may be the human soul, but may also be the human body. It may be a gourd or it may be a bottle. I include in this remark a great deal of what is taken seriously at the present time, partly to the detriment of humanity. For this reason, it is necessary that the anthroposophically oriented spiritual science we should strive For this reason, it is necessary that with anthroposophically oriented spiritual science we should strive for clear, precise thinking, which is above all a necessity. This is a striving to perceive the world not in the way customary today, not by confusing the gourd and the bottle, but to see everywhere what is real, be it outer physical reality or spiritual reality. We cannot, in any case, arrive at a real concept of what comes into consideration for the human being when we hold only to definitions and the like. We can do so only when we bear in mind the relationships of life in their reality. And just where such important concepts as freedom, free will, and necessity in social and moral life are concerned, we attain clarity only when we place side by side spiritual facts, such as those brought out in these lectures, and when we always strive to weigh the one against the other to reach a judgment of reality. Bear in mind that over and over again, both here and in public lectures, I have brought out with a certain intensity and from the most varied points of view the fact that we can only rightly grasp what we call concepts when we bring them into relation with our bodily organization. And we have to do this in a way that we do not see the basis of concepts in the body as something growing and flourishing, but just the opposite, as something partially dying in the body. I've expressed this in a public lecture by saying that human beings really die continually in their nervous system. The nerve process must limit itself to the nervous system, because if the same thing happened in the rest of the organism as what goes on in the nerves, this would mean the death of the human being at every moment. We may say that concepts arise where the organism deteriorates. For this reason, spiritual science must pursue other processes besides the ascending processes that natural science of today considers definitive. These ascending processes are the processes of growth. They reach their summit within the unconscious. Only when the organism begins to develop the processes of decline does the activity of the soul appear that we designate as conceptual, or indeed as sense perception. This process of deterioration, this slow process of death, must exist if thinking is to occur. I have shown that the free actions of human beings rest upon just the fact that human beings can seek the impulses for their actions out of pure thoughts. These pure thoughts have the most influence upon the processes of disintegration in the human organism. What happens in reality when we perform a free deed? Let us explain what happens when ordinary people perform an act out of moral imagination. This means out of a thinking not ruled by sense impulses, desires, or passions. What really takes place? We give ourselves up to pure thoughts. These form our impulses. Thoughts are mere mirror pictures. They belong to Maya. Mirror pictures cannot impel us through what they are. The impulses must come from us. Human beings must compel themselves under the influence of pure thoughts. Pure thoughts work most strongly upon the process of deterioration in the human organism. So we may say that on the one side the process of disintegration arises out of the organism, and on the other the pure deed thought, German Tatgedanke, comes out of the spiritual world to meet this deterioration process. I mean by this the thought that lies at the basis of the deed. Free actions arise by uniting these two through the interaction of the process of deterioration and the deed thought. I said that pure thinking does not cause the process of deterioration. In fact, this process is always there. If the human being does not oppose these processes of disintegration with something coming out of pure thinking, then the disintegrating process is not transformed into an upbuilding process, and a part that is slowly dying remains within the human being. If you think this through, you will see that if we do not act out of freedom, we fail to arrest a death process within ourselves. Therein lies one of the subtlest thoughts that we must accept. Anyone who understands this thought can no longer have any doubt in life about the existence of human freedom. An action that is performed in freedom does not occur through something caused within the organism, but occurs where the cause ceases. in other words, out of a process of disintegration. There must be something underlying the organism where the causes cease. Only then can the pure thought, as motive of the action, set in. But such disintegrating processes are always there. They only remain unused to a certain extent when the human being does not perform free deeds. But this also shows the characteristics of an age that will have nothing to do with an understanding of the idea of freedom in its widest extent. The age running from the second half of the 19th century up to the present has set itself the particular task of dimming down more and more the knowledge of freedom in all spheres of life, and of excluding it entirely from practical life. People do not wish to understand freedom. They do not want freedom. Philosophers have made every effort to prove that everything arises out of human nature through a certain necessity. Certainly a necessity underlies human nature. But this necessity ceases as deterioration processes begin, in which the connection of the causes comes to an end. When freedom has set in at the point where the necessity in the organism ceases, one cannot say that the human being's actions arise out of an inner necessity, for they arise only when this necessity ceases. The whole mistake arises from the fact that people have been unwilling to understand not only the upbuilding processes in the organism, but also the disintegrating processes. However, to understand what really underlies the nature of the human being, we must develop a greater capacity to do this than exists in our age. Yesterday we saw how necessary it is to be able to look with the eye of the soul upon what we call the human capital I. But in our times, human beings are not very gifted in comprehending this reality of the capital I. I will provide proof of this. I have often referred to the remarkable scientific achievement of Theodor Ziehen, titled Die Physiologische Psychologie, Physiological Psychology. Ziehen speaks of the I, but is never in a position to indicate the real I. He speaks merely of the I concept, which we know is only a mirror picture of the real I. But it is particularly interesting to hear how a distinguished thinker of today, but one who believes that he can exhaust everything with natural scientific ideas, speaks about the I. Ziehen says, quote, "It will perhaps occur to you that the I concept that is expressed in the small word I is a very complex threefold entity containing thousands and thousands of partial concepts. But I beg you to ponder this. The word is indeed short, but its conceptual content must be complex, as shown by the fact that each one of you would be at a loss if you were asked to give the thought content of your so-called I concept." Close quote. And now Ziehen attempts to say something about the thought content of the I concept. Let us now see what the distinguished scholar has to say concerning what we must really think when we think about our I. Quote, "You will immediately think of your body." You notice that he says that you will think of your body. That's in parentheses. I'm assuming that's Steiner speaking. Let me read that again. Quote, "You will immediately think of your body." Parenthesis. You notice that he says that you will think of your body. Close parenthesis. "Of your relationships to the outer world, your family, and your personal possessions." Parenthesis. Thus you will soon begin to think of your bank account and to count your money. Close parenthesis. "Of your name and title." Parenthesis. Now the distinguished scholar emphatically points out that we must also think of our name and of our title if we are to grasp or encompass our I in the form of concept. Close parenthesis. "Your principal inclinations, predominating ideas, and finally your past," and thus prove to yourself how extremely complex this I concept is. Indeed, reflective human beings reduce this complexity of the I concept to a relative simplicity. by placing their own I as the subject of their feelings, thoughts, and movements against the outer objects and the I's of others. Of course, this contrast and this sharpening of the I concept also has its deeper scientific and philosophical basis. But considered purely psychologically, this simple I is only a theoretical fiction. Close quote. Thus, this simple I is only a theoretical fiction, which means a mere fantasy concept that constructs itself when we put together our name, title, and possibly our rank, and other such things that make us important. Through such points, we can see the whole weakness of the current way of thinking. And this weakness must be held in mind all the more firmly, because of the fact that what proves to be a decided weakness for the knowledge of the life of the soul is a strength for the knowledge of outer natural scientific facts. Precisely what is inadequate for knowledge of the life of the soul is adequate for penetrating the facts of the senses in their immediate outer necessity. We must not deceive ourselves about the fact that it is a characteristic of our times that people who may be great in one field are exponents of the greatest nonsense in another. Only when we hold this fact, which is so well adapted to throw sand in the eyes of humanity, clearly in mind, can we in any way follow with active thought what is required to raise again the power humanity needs to acquire thoughts that can penetrate into life fruitfully and with healing. For we can take firm hold of life as it is today only with thoughts drawn out of the depths of true reality, where we are not afraid to reach deeply into true reality. Many people shy away today from precisely this. At present, people are very often inclined to reform spiritual reality, without first having perceived the true reality from which they should draw their impulses. Who today does not go about reforming everything in the world, or at least believes he or she can reform it? What do people not draw up out of sheer nothingness of the soul? At a time like this, only things drawn up from the depths of spiritual reality itself can be fruitful. The will for this must be present. The vanity that wishes to take up every possible idea of reform on the basis of emptiness of soul is just as harmful for the development of our present time as materialism itself. At the conclusion of yesterday's lecture, I called your attention to how the true I of the human being, the I that indeed belongs to the will nature, and therefore is immersed in sleep for the ordinary consciousness, must be fructified, because already through public instruction people are led to a concrete grasping of the great interests of the times. Spiritual forces and activities enter into our occurrences and processes and have an influence upon them. This cannot be accomplished with generalized, nebulous talk about the spirit, but with knowledge of the concrete spiritual processes and events as we have described them in these lectures, where we have indicated, according to dates, how here and there certain of these powers and forces from the spiritual world have intervened here in the physical. This brought about what I was able to describe to you as the joint work of the so-called dead and of the so-called living in the whole development of humanity. For the reality of our life of feeling and of will is in the realm where the dead also are. We can say that the reality of our I and of our astral body is in the same realm where the dead can also be found. This, however, indicates a common realm where we are embedded, where the dead and the living work together upon the tapestry that we may call the social, moral, and historical life of the human being in its totality. The periods of existence we live through between death and a new birth also belong to this realm. We have indicated in these lectures how between death and a new birth the so-called dead have the animal kingdom as their lowest kingdom, just as the mineral kingdom is our lowest kingdom. We have also pointed out, in a certain way, how the dead have to work within the beings of the animal kingdom and have to build up, out of the laws working in the animal nature, the organization that forms the basis for their next incarnation. A second kingdom arises for the dead that is woven together of all the karmic connections they have established during any earthly incarnation, and that, correspondingly transformed, continue within the spiritual world. Through this, however, all of the interests the human being has developed between death and a new birth gradually spread themselves out, one might say quite concretely, over the whole of humanity. The human being then passes through a third kingdom that can be conceived as the kingdom of the angels. In a certain sense, we have already pointed out the role of the angels during the life between death and a new birth. They carry, so to speak, the thoughts from one human soul to another and back again. They are the messengers of the common life of thought. Fundamentally speaking, the dead have the clearest living experience of those beings among the higher hierarchies we call the angels. They have a clear, living experience of the relationships with animals and human beings, established through karma. But among the beings of the higher hierarchies, the dead have the clearest conception of those belonging to the hierarchy of the angels, who are really the bearers of thoughts, indeed, of the soul content from one being to another, and who also help the dead work on the animal nature. When we speak of the concerns of the dead as personal concerns, we might say that the angels must strive primarily to look after the personal concerns of the dead. The more universal and less personal affairs of the dead are looked after more by the beings of the kingdom of the archangeloi and archai. If you recall my lecture cycle titled The Inner Nature of Man and Life Between Death and Rebirth, Collected Works 153, you will remember that it is the nature of the life of the so-called dead that they spread out their being over the world and draw it together again within themselves. The life of the dead takes its course in such a way that a kind of alternation takes place between day and night, but so that active life arises from within them. They know that this active life that arises is only the reappearance of what they experienced in that other state that alternates with this one, when their being is spread out over and united with the outer world. Thus, when we come into contact with the dead, we meet alternating conditions. In one condition, their being is spread out over the world, where they grow into the real existence of their surroundings, into the events of their surroundings. The other condition, which the dead know least of all, is the time when their own being, in a kind of sleeping state, grows into the spiritual world around them. When this again rises up within them, it constitutes a kind of waking state, and they are aware of everything, for their life takes its course within time and not in space. Just as with our day-waking consciousness, we have outside in space what we take up in our consciousness and then withdraw from again in sleep, so the dead take over into the next period of time the experiences they passed through in a former period of time. These experiences then fill their consciousness. It is a life entirely within time, and we must become familiar with this. Through this rhythmic life within time, the dead enter into a very definite relationship with the archangeloi and archai. They do not have as clear a conception of these archangeloi and archai as they have of the angels, the human being, and the animal. Above all, the dead always have the conception that the archai and archangeloi work together with them in this rhythm of waking and falling asleep within the course of time. When the dead can develop a consciousness of what they experienced unknowingly in the preceding period of time, they always have the consciousness that a being of the hierarchy of the archai has awakened them. They are always conscious that they work together with the archai and the archangeloi in all that concerns this rhythmic life. Let us firmly grasp the fact that just as in a waking state we realize that we perceive the outer world that we know nothing of during sleep, just as we realize that this outer world sinks into darkness when we fall asleep, so in the soul of the so-called dead lives this consciousness. I am united in a common work with archai and archangeloi, so that I may pass through this life of falling asleep and awaking, falling asleep and awaking, and so on. We might say that the dead associate with the archangeloi and archai just as in waking consciousness we associate with the plant and mineral world of our physical surroundings. Human beings cannot, however, look back during life on earth upon this interplay of forces in which they are interwoven between death and a new birth. Why not? This looking back is something that we must learn, yet it is difficult to learn this because of the materialistic mentality of today. I would like to show you in a diagram why people do not look back upon this. Let us suppose that you are facing the world with all your organs of perception and understanding. This will give you a conceptual and perceptive content of a most varied kind. I will designate the consciousness of a single moment by drawing different rings or small circles. You know that a memory process takes place when you look back over events, though in a different manner than modern psychologists imagine. The time into which you can look back, to which your memory extends, is indicated by this vertical line. It really indicates the place that here reaches a blind alley. This would be the point in your 3rd, 4th, or 5th year, which is as far back as you can remember in life. Thus all the thoughts and pictures that arise when you look back upon your past experiences lie within this space of time. Let us suppose that you think of something in your 30th year, and while you are thinking of this, you remember something that you experienced 10 years ago. If you picture very vividly what is actually taking place in the soul, you will be able to form the following thought. If I look back to the point of time in my childhood as far back as I can remember, this constitutes a sac in the soul, which has its limits. Its curved end is the point that lies as far back in my childhood as I am able to remember. This is a sort of sac in the soul. It is the space of time that we can grasp in memory. Imagine such a soul sac into which you can look while you are looking back in memory. These are the extreme limits of the sac that correspond in reality to the limit between the etheric body and the physical. This boundary must exist. Otherwise, to picture it roughly, the events that call forth memory would then always fall through at this point. You would be able to remember nothing. The soul would be a sac without a bottom, and everything would fall through it. Thus a boundary must be there. An actual soul sac must be there. But at the same time, this soul sac prevents you from perceiving what you have lived through outside it. You yourself are non-transparent in the life of your soul, because you have the faculty of memory. You see, therefore, what causes us to have a proper consciousness for the physical plane is at the same time the cause of our being unable to look with our ordinary consciousness into the region that lies behind memory. But we can make the effort to gradually transform our memories to some extent. However, we must do this carefully. We can begin by trying to keep before us in meditation, with more and more accuracy, something that we can remember, until we feel that it is not merely something we take hold of in memory, but something that really remains there. One who develops an intensive, active life of the spirit will gradually have this feeling that memory is not something that comes and goes, but that memory contains something permanent. Indeed, work in this direction can only lead to the conviction that what rises within memory has a lasting nature and really remains present as Akashic record, for it does not disappear. What we remember remains in the world. It is there, in reality. But we do not progress any further with this method, because merely to remember accurately our personal experiences and to attain the knowledge that memory remains is, in a higher sense, too egotistical to lead further than just to this conviction. On the contrary, if you were to develop beyond a certain point just this capacity of looking upon the permanency of your own experiences, you would obstruct all the more your sight into the free world of spirit. Instead of the sack of memories, your own life stands there all the more compactly and prevents you from looking through. Another method may be used in contrast to this, and through it the impressions in the Akashic record become remarkably transparent, if I may use this expression. When we are once able to look through the stationary memories, we look with a sure eye, EYE, into the spiritual world with which we are connected between death and a new birth. But to attain this, we must not use merely the stationary memories of our own life. These become more and more compact, and we can see through them less and less. They must become transparent, and they become transparent if we make an ever stronger attempt to remember, not so much what we have experienced from out of our own point of view, but more what has come to us from outside. Instead of remembering, for instance, what we have learned, we should remember the teachers, their manner of speech, their way of working, and what they did with us. We should try to remember how the book came into being from which we learned this or that. We should remember above all what worked upon us from the outside world. A beautiful and really wonderful beginning, indeed an introduction to such a memory, is Goethe's title Wahrheit und Dichtung, his memoirs published in English as Truth and Poetry, where he shows how time formed him, how various forces worked upon him. Because Goethe was able to achieve this in his life and looked back on his life, not from the standpoint of his own experiences, but from the standpoint of others and of the events of the times that worked upon him, he was able to have such deep insight into the spiritual world. But this is at the same time the way that enables us to come more deeply in touch with the time that has taken its course between our last death and our present birth. Thus you see that today I refer, from another point of view, to the same thing that I already discussed. To extend our interests beyond the personal, to turn our interests and attention not upon ourselves, but upon what has formed us and from where we have arisen. It is an ideal to be able to look back upon time, upon a remote antiquity, and to investigate all the forces that have formed the person we have become. Indeed, when we describe it thus, we see few difficulties. However, it is no simple task. It is a task that brings great success, because it requires great selflessness. It is precisely this method that awakens the forces that enable us to enter with our I, capital, into the sphere that the dead have in common with the living. The task of public instruction is in a not too distant future, will be less to know ourselves, but more to know our time in its concrete reality. Not time as it now stands in history books, but as it has evolved out of spiritual impulses. Thus we are also led to extend our interest to a characteristic of our age and its rise from the universal world process. Why did Goethe strive so intensely to know Greek art, to understand his age through and through, and to weigh it against earlier ages? Why did he make his Faust go back as far as the Greek age, as far as the age of Helen of Troy, and seek Chiron and the Sphinxes? He did this because he wished to know his own age and how it had worked upon him, as he could know it only by measuring it against an earlier age. However, Goethe does not let his Faust sit still and decipher old documents and state records. He leads him back along paths of the soul to the impulses by which he himself has been formed. Within him lies much of what leads the human being, on the one hand, to a meeting with the dead, and on the other hand with the spirits of time and the archangels. This is now evident through the connection of the dead with the archangels. Through the fact that human beings come together with the dead, they also come in touch with the archangels and with the spirits of time. These impulses, which Goethe indicated in his Faust, contain what human beings extend their interests through to the time spirit. Let me read that again. These impulses, which Goethe indicated in his Faust, contain what human beings extend their interests through to the time spirit, and these impulses contain what is preeminently necessary for our times. It is indeed necessary for our times to look in a different way at things, such as, for instance, Faust, the title. Most of those who study Faust can hardly find the real problems contained in it. A few are able to formulate questions, but the answers are most curious. Take, for example, the passage where Goethe really indicates to us that we should reflect. Do people always reflect at this point? Yet Goethe spares no effort to make it clearly understood that people should reflect upon certain things. For instance, you know that Erichtho speaks about the sight of the classical Walpurgis night, she withdraws, and the air traveller Homunculus appears with Faust and Mephistopheles. You will recall the first speeches of Homunculus, Mephistopheles, and Faust. After Faust has touched the ground and called out, "Where is she?" Homunculus says, quote, "It's more than we can tell, but to inquire would here be well. Thou'rt free to hasten ere the day from flame to flame and seek her so. Who to the mothers found his way has nothing more to undergo." Close quote. Homunculus says, "Who to the mothers found his way has nothing more to undergo." How does he know that Faust has been with the mothers? This is a question that must arise, for if you look back through the book, you will find no indication anywhere that Homunculus, as a distinct and separate being from Faust, could have known that Faust had been with the mothers. Now, suddenly, Homunculus pipes out that who to the mothers found his way has nothing more to undergo. You see, Goethe propounds riddles. With clear-cut necessity, it follows that Homunculus, if he is anything at all, is something within the sphere of consciousness of Faust himself, for that is the only way he can know what is contained in the sphere of Faust's consciousness. Call to mind the various expositions we have given of Faust, how Homunculus is really nothing else than what must be prepared as astral body, so that Helen may appear. But for this reason he is in another state of consciousness. His consciousness is spread out over the astral body. When Homunculus comes within the sphere of Faust's consciousness, we have the possibility of understanding his knowledge. Goethe makes Homunculus come into existence because, through the creation of Homunculus, Faust's consciousness finds the possibility of transcending itself, as it were, not merely remaining within itself, but being outside. Goethe, as you see, takes alchemy very seriously. There are many such riddles in Faust that are directly connected with the secrets of the spiritual world. We must allow Faust to work upon us, so that we become aware of the depths of spiritual reality that are really contained in it. We can only understand a man like Goethe when we realize, on the one hand, that he had studied what had formed him, really as if he had viewed it from outside, as can be seen in his memoirs, titled Truth and Poetry, and that on the other hand he knew that this must lead back to distant perspectives, to distant connections with the dead. Faust enters the life of very ancient civilizations of humanity, the life of spiritual beings lying far back in the past. However, if we want to completely understand what is necessary in the positive sense for the present, we must also take a look at the negative in many connections. We must develop the right feeling for the negative aspects of a matter. We must see everything that hinders the necessary coming together of living human beings in the same plane with the working of the dead. These hindrances can be found everywhere we go. We find them exactly where education and cultivation, forgive the ugly term, is widespread today. How really clever a certain person feels, deeply clever and enlightened, when he can write something like the following, quote, Swedenborg, around whose dark, mysterious personality even Goethe went with a reverent feeling, associated with angels beyond the earth, beyond the threshold of the senses. He has said that these super-earthly creatures even go around clothed in robes, debating thoughts. The wrestling for knowledge and enlightenment is not foreign to them. They even set up a printing press from which they themselves send down pages to particularly fortunate human beings. The newspapers on the other side of the threshold are covered with Hebrew letters. A peculiarity of the honorable Bible picture signs is supposed to be that every stroke or line of it, every angle, every curve, is supposed to harbor a secret spiritual meaning. Human beings would only have to learn to read the angel squiggles correctly to be initiated into the truth of the other side of the threshold, into the blessed life turned away from the earthly, the blissfully festive and uplifting paradise of the next world. Swedenborg, who succeeded in dying to the earthly life while still living, and who managed to swing up into the next world before his bodily death, asked much of the angels and reported about them. Centuries before him, the Babylonians, Egyptians, and Hebrews performed the same reconnaissance. Generations after him to the present day, dissatisfied people who want to attain advice about their future from God, who do not do without the company of their dead, were of the opinion that the bridge between their bed, swirled around by dreams, and the realm of the untouchable is a firm, seraphically cemented way through thoroughly hardened and borne up by spirits. Close quote. Thus this person in question, who considers himself to be very clever, continues his reflections further, ridiculing those who attempt to build a bridge into the realm on the other side of the threshold. This clever man read the book of another person, who also thought himself quite clever, and then wrote about it. Quote, Max Dessoir's weighty book, titled Vom Jenseits der Seele, From the Far Side of the Soul, tries to describe anew this realm where the soul lives beyond the senses, after thousands of brooding types have already gone this path into the other side. This time it is a philosopher speaking, who has concerned himself more with the knowledge of human nature than with sorting out abandoned directions of thought. He is a friend of the arts, who has not shied away from interpreting the mysteriously shrouded moment of birth of an artistic plan. Finally, he is a man who occasionally, with the use of a scalpel, examines the bones and nerves of the human being to understand the many earthly hiding places of the soul. Because Max Dessoir is protected in many ways from the haste of the visionaries and the coldness of the rationalists, his judgment, which was 30 years in the making, about things of the next world, should be respected and heard also by those who cannot follow him along his path. Close quote. And so on. I had to discuss this Max Dessoir in the second chapter of my book titled Riddles of the Soul, because this university professor had the impudence to discuss anthroposophy. I had to prove that his whole manner of working was the most superficial and most irresponsible that one could imagine. He had the gall to form negative judgments of quotes from a few of my books that he had written down in an idiotically distorted form. We must indeed put the fact in this way, if we really want to see this scandal that is possible in what is frequently called science today. I only saw Max Dessoir once in my life, and that was at the beginning of the 1890s at a Goethe dinner in Weimar. He made a very clever remark to me. At that time I had not yet written my title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also known as Philosophy of Freedom. Max Dessoir said, quote, Yes, you have made a mistake, though. You occupy yourself with too many different sciences. Close quote. That was the great mistake, that I tried not to be one-sided. Among the other nonsensical things that Max Dessoir did in his book was to refer to my title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path as my firstling. In fact, I wrote it approximately 10 years after my firstling. A 10-year writing career preceded it. All of that and much more are totally false in the book by Dessoir. But how many people will read the necessary objective arguments that show what a windbag Dessoir's science is? How many people will read these objective arguments in my book titled Riddles of the Soul? How many journalistic scum of the sort from Max Hochdorf in Zurich comes together to broadcast the nonsensical book by Max Dessoir in the manner that one says, Max Dessoir's weighty book Vom Jenseits der Seele wants to describe anew this realm where the soul lives beyond the senses, after thousands of brooding types have already gone this path into the other side. And so on. It is necessary to look at such things. It is sufficiently well known that what is being attempted on the basis of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is being distorted here and there in the most outrageous manner. And this is being done occasionally by people who know very well that what they are saying is the opposite of the truth. However, it is, for the most part, poor souls who cannot satisfy their personal interests within the anthroposophical society, but who thought they would be able to do so. We can have compassion for them and do not need to talk about them any further. They know best how it stands with the objective truth of what they say. However, we must take the poison that Max Dessoir has disseminated more seriously. I have to do what I can to explain the whole philosophical worthlessness of Dessoir's arguments sentence by sentence. This has to be done as long as there is not in the widest circles a healthy judgment reigning over such supposed science as that of Max Dessoir, and there are many like him. And as long as a healthy judgment does not reign over such train-bearers of the Max Dessoirs of the world, like the author of the article who could not keep himself from closing with the words, quote, because the path into the next world is so completely blocked, close quote. Naturally, the way into the next world is blocked for the obstructed brain of Max Dessoir. Quote, human beings through the millennia have tried to force open the gates, close quote. Dessoir called these fighters for the despairingly definite but unreachable spirit realm, quote, magical idealists, close quote. He named them all: faith healers, apostles of numerology, Egyptian magicians, anthroposophists, neo-Buddhists, Kabbalists. He is a highly gripping historical writer of all who accept the wonders and miracles, and of all those who are rebellious in spite of the wonders. Quote, a peculiar brotherhood would form if one wanted to list all the men, the sages and the fools, who would want to gather together for the pure spirit: Cagliostro, Kant, Hegel, and also the modern sorcerer Svengali meet each other when they lose themselves promenading on the way into the other side or the next world, close quote. Naturally, it is not possible to prevent people from writing in this manner, but a healthy judgment must take hold in the widest circles, so that what is made public in this way will not be taken as authoritative. Because, of course, when thought forms of this kind fly around in our social organism, they prevent any possibility of beneficial progress for humanity. For our own purposes, when we must take hold of scientific rubbish, such as that from Max Dessoir, we can wash our hands of it and let that be that. However, this scientific rubbish flows, and there are too many avenues today where it can flow. Sometimes one has to set an example. It had to be done again in this case, because you can calculate how many heads a judgment of anthroposophy is drummed into when such a feature article appears like that of December 14th, 1917, in the title Neue Zürcher Zeitung, New Zurich newspaper, by a quite clever person who based his work on the just as clever Max Dessoir. We must look at these things as cultural historical facts. We must look at their cultural historical meaning. Certainly there is still only a small possibility today to bring people such a thing as the chapter I wrote, quote, Max Dessoir on Anthroposophy, close quote. For even in the Anthroposophical Society, there is only a small group of people who really understand their task, to enlighten humanity about the incorrect way and manner that science is often done, and about the proper and right way science should be done. What is done today as science is a symptom of the general way of thinking, for just as it is in science, for which Max Dessoir, with all his satellites, is a conspicuous example, so it is ordered also in other fields. And when you ask what were the deeper forces that led into today's catastrophe, you always remain at a superficial view if you do not go into these deeper reasons, when you do not go into what lies as charlatanism in the distortion and superficiality. It is a charlatanism that seeks to maintain itself in that it ascribes an earnest spirituality precisely to the charlatanism. That must, in a healthy sense, be grasped in its true form. I bring the example of Max Dessoir only because it is near at hand. However, this is an example of much of what is negative in our time. If human beings would have a heart for the positive, for the growing together with the spiritual world, then they must also have a heart for the negative, for the strong, substantial negative where it exists, in the false, the superficial, and the useless. We see that often those who are placed worst in public life are precisely those who are the most respectable. There is no need to look at these things pessimistically, but it is necessary to seek in one's soul those forces that can bring forth and cultivate a healthy judgment about these things. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Influence of the Dead on Destiny. This is the last lecture, Lecture 8, entitled Intellectuality and Will, the Necessity of New Forces of Knowledge, given in Dornach, December 22nd, 1917. At this point in our study, it would be good to look back at what has passed before our souls in these discussions, not merely repetition, but an illumination of things from a particular viewpoint as a matter of orientation. What we have studied here connects in a certain way with what we have considered in previous years, and both imparts positive communications to us and fills our soul with those thoughts that humanity needs in this serious time, one of the most serious in world history. Even though we have already gone through a number of things in the last few years, truly serious things lie ahead of us. If we underestimate the gravity of the times, we will distract our souls from much that is urgently necessary for humanity in the most imminent sense, and from experiencing this present time in a worthy manner. We have attempted to characterize the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century with the methods that result when we observe the decisive events connected with the development of human beings in these centuries. As you know, if we want to understand the most important characteristic of the present time, we must realize that our time suffers from a superabundance of intellectuality. However, we do not mean to say that humanity is especially bright today in comparison with earlier ages. I mean that the various soul forces of today's human beings are inclined toward intellectuality. And because we live in a materialistic age, intellectuality is employed exclusively to interweave the human soul and material existence. Our intellectuality in the present age is not very high, because it is almost exclusively directed to compiling, arranging, and summarizing, if I may be so pedantic, material things and material manifestations. In a certain sense, this intellectuality rules alone within the human soul. What necessary soul force must be added to the intellectuality in the next age, which is just beginning now? Everything today, science, art, and human social thinking, is permeated with intellect, even though it is intellect that refers only to the physical plane. What must be added is something that, if really understood, cannot be intellectual, the human will. It is the human will permeated with love, in the way I described the human will in connection with the impulse of love in my title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also known as the Philosophy of Freedom. Human will manifests itself in the subconscious realities of our drives and desires, whether they are egoistic desires, social desires, or political aspirations. All of this remains unconscious or subconscious. If the will, which we dream away or sleep through, is raised into consciousness, as we showed in recent lectures, then this view of the will can no longer be materialistic. The fact that the so-called most important minds of our time question whether human freedom actually exists show us that the will is not understood in our time. Questioning the existence of human freedom is proof of an unspiritual way of thinking. From a spiritual viewpoint, we must realize that whoever doubts the fact of human freedom does not understand the true reality of the human will. For as soon as we know the will, we also know the obvious correlate of the will, the impulse of human freedom. Of course, today freedom and necessity are spoken of in such a way that one can clearly recognize what I described last time, using the trivial comparison with the gourd and the bottle. I said that if someone made a bottle out of a gourd, one person could say that it is a gourd, and another could say that it is a bottle. Human beings argue in this way about freedom and the necessity of human actions. But their arguments have the same value as when one stubbornly maintains that it is a gourd and the other insists it is a bottle. It is simply a gourd that has been made into a bottle. It is essential that human beings take the power of the will into their consciousness. As soon as we speak of world will, we are speaking also of what is really working in the world will, world love. One does not have to speak much about this love, for it is working when the will is really present. It is much more meaningful to speak of the individual impulses of the will that are necessary in our time, than to hold forth in sentimental generalities about love and love and love. However, things must be looked at in such a way that there is real courage for knowledge and real strength for deeds in knowledge, because the ability to understand the complete human nature is necessary for our time. Our time must begin to ask, as a human destiny question, how must the view of the human being develop when taking into account the fact that as feeling and willing beings we exist in the same world as the so-called dead, and are alone among the living only with our sense perceptions and intellect. And we must add to the inner soul impulses working with this question a real will to understand concretely the life of the human being between death and a new birth. For without an understanding of the life of the disembodied human being, it is impossible to develop an understanding for the task of the human being within the physical body. Spoken abstractly to an extent, it is necessary for present humanity to become familiar with and to take into itself the inner impulses of the time spirit, Michael. This time spirit is the one who, in a narrow sense, has reigned since 1879, but in the wider sense has ruled since the middle of the 15th century. Most people today hardly have the slightest idea of the statements I just made. I have often said in these studies that what is communicated to our young people today as so-called history is mostly fable convenue on the one side and often worthless stuff on the other. If real history is to come about, we must understand the inclinations of the recent centuries and what must change for our age. People have already an inkling of what a powerful, drastic change occurred in human thinking and feeling with the beginning of the 5th post-Atlantean age in the middle of the 15th century. The most senseless saying in connection with evolution serves many people as a leading thought. Quote, "Nature makes no leaps forward," close quote. Just as nature makes a mighty leap from the green leaf to the colorful petal, so nature also makes leaps forward everywhere. And there was not a general transition out of the fourth post-Atlantean epoch to the fifth post-Atlantean epoch that began with the second half of the 15th century. Rather, there was a mighty drastic change then. We can orient ourselves only if we can, at least to a certain extent, compare what the few centuries of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch have brought up to now with what preceded them. For both of these things are entirely different from one another. Today I wish to draw your inner awareness to this matter from a certain viewpoint. If people were to familiarize themselves with what can be learned from modern science and education, if we can call it education, and were to prepare themselves out of this, and then take the writings of the 15th century in hand, they would not be able to understand them, particularly if they are especially bright people of their time. Now you must not misunderstand me. I cannot in any way, in accordance with all the requirements of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, promote warming up old things. The talk of the need to rehash old books and old views that is so prevalent in the world today cannot be done in our arena of anthroposophical spiritual science, because we must obtain directly from spiritual life itself what must be revealed today, and because something significant is being revealed for those who receive it. However, you can realize some things when you look at the way learned heads can behave in relation to things that have come down as wisdom. We do not need to go back any further, let us say, than to the 14th or 15th century, to Basilius Valentinus, for example. I chose him because he was the most renowned adept of the 15th century. When the erudite take up the works of someone like Basilius Valentinus, they do not know what to do with them. These learned people usually either talk nonsense and amateurish stuff, because they cram themselves full of what cannot be grasped, but believe in what is not understood, or they do this with whatever streams toward them from Basilius Valentinus. If we read something by Valentinus with a real spiritually trained eye, EYE, we very quickly discover that his works contain a kind of wisdom that is indeed not usable for modern people who have the typical interests of today. This wisdom is of the kind that we can bring into connection with the souls between death and a new birth. Also, the dead do not need to study Valentinus, for we have something in anthroposophically oriented spiritual science that speaks the language common to the living and the dead. What this spiritual science gives is enough to speak with the dead in a way familiar to us. Yet I bring this as an historical fact, that the way the dead take up world knowledge has a certain kinship with such writings as those of Valentinus. He speaks of all kinds of chemical processes. He appears to speak of what one does with metal and other materials in retorts and melting pots. In reality, Valentinus speaks of the knowledge that the dead must attain if they are to nurture their processes in the lowest realm, which for them is that of the animal. He speaks of what one must know of the impulses coming from the spiritual world to grasp the microcosm from out of the macrocosm. This is the knowledge activity of the soul between death and a new birth. But it can be performed properly only if it is prepared in life between birth and death. This was still present as an atavistic inheritance, as an inheritance of ancient wisdom in the 15th century. Valentinus speaks of this ancient wisdom, of the secrets of the human being's connection with the macrocosm. He speaks real divine wisdom in imaginations, as we would say today. This way of relating to the cosmos in knowing has disappeared in recent centuries, but must be attained again in a more spiritual way than was the case before the 15th century. For it must be practiced both in science and in socio-political life, and it must be recognized that a wholeness or healthy state of humanity is possible only under the influence of such goals. An ancient revelation, an ancient inheritance came down through the centuries, so to speak, but was lost in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. It must be attained again in a new way. We can attain this revelation, as we have discussed repeatedly, only by permeating ourselves actively and willingly with the Pauline, quote, "not I, but the Christ in me," close quote. We can attain it only if we call upon the forces proceeding from the mystery of Golgotha, so that after taking these forces into our own soul, we search in the cosmos with them, and only thus can we meet the dead who work among us. Otherwise we will be separated from them for the simple reason that the plane of the physical world that we grasp only with our intellect and sense perceptions can never bring us into any kind of connection with the dead. However, how do the learned today stand in relationship to this old wisdom? They relate to it somewhat like the scholar who said, quote, "The last most important procedure by Basilius Valentinus was the 10-month-long incremental heating of the philosophical mercury and gold in the philosopher's oven, through which the quote-unquote black raven bore the quote-unquote peacock, and this bore the quote-unquote white swan that then generates the quote phoenix with its young," close quote. This, however, and we're still in the quote, this, however, a red substance, is the philosopher's stone that can reproduce itself into infinity. One is unfortunately not able, says the modern mind, to comprehend how anyone, even the most talented and most enthusiastic adept, those who possessed the secret of the philosopher's stone, could follow such instructions. Close quote. Thus Theodor Svedberg of Uppsala wrote in his book about these things from the standpoint of modern science, and he is only one representative of all the learned minds that must say that one is, unfortunately, not able to comprehend. It is still best when they say this, that one is not able to comprehend. Valentinus had already written the clarifying words for them in his title 12 Schlüssel und dessen Verständnis, translation 12 Keys to the Cosmos and its Understanding. Quote, "If you can discover no light in it, so will no transparent sight or natural eyes be able to help you to find at the last what you lacked at the beginning. Then I do not want to speak further about this key, as Lucius Papirius taught me." Close quote. Valentinus already spoke in this way to those who come after him, who can at most say about the old wisdom, quote, "One is unfortunately not able to comprehend." Close quote. But these modern human beings have something better to do than understanding the spiritual. These modern people must concern themselves with all kinds of other things. Above all, when we speak of the spirit, they must occupy themselves with slandering or libeling our words. To the nonsense of Max Dessoir from Berlin, we can add the work of the Dutch philosopher Bolland. I have not as yet read his scribblings, but I have been told a few things. Bolland made several contributions to the development of philosophy by inspiring the philosophical youth of Holland with his false statements about pieces from Hartmann and Hegel, but also could not avoid applying his non-productiveness to make all kinds of false statements about our spiritual science. We must reveal the falsity of these words again and again. Attention to the way the present time, with its spiritual scientific impotence, relates to what is necessary for humanity, belongs to the real work of spiritual science in our souls. This science of the present day, I am not speaking here of outer science, which I recognize fully, even though I did not chase after every natural scientist, which calls itself philosophy and the like, is not much more today than abstract talk, carried out in complete confusion, like arguments over gourd and bottle. Unfortunately, all too often we fall for the nonsense of modern philosophers, and are even pleased when here or there some philosophical fellow cannot find anything to criticize in anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. We do not need to be pleased, as many of us are, when from this side or that someone drops a word of praise. These words of praise are usually not based on a great understanding. However, we must prepare ourselves for the fact that slanderers and libelists, such as Dessoir and Bolland, will appear again and again, and that they will soon increase in number. These people have to busy themselves with something, and because they are much too comfortable to go into what must be learned from the spiritual world for the well-being of humanity in the present age, they occupy themselves with making false statements about what is attained from the spiritual world. I said that Basilius Valentinus offered an ancient atavistic inheritance. It was a science of how the human being is created out of the cosmos, a science of the soul freed from the body. And that must also be the science that wants to work together with all that is more than outer nature. This science can be furthered only if we add knowledge of the will to the materialistic intellectual element of the modern age. When we truly recognize the will, it can only be recognized in its spiritual nature, because it manifests itself only spiritually in the present stage of human development. A courageous bringing up of life impulses out of the sphere of the will is very much lacking in the present time. People today want above all to talk and talk. That is good, but only if it is based on a real knowledge. The present time does not want real knowledge. Everyone wants to speak based on meaningless premises. And we have seen that the misfortune of our age lies precisely in this neglect of the spiritual element of the world. We are only being honest about the development of humanity if we really enter into the exploration of those will impulses that are necessary to forward the development of humanity. Obviously, these things should not be taken personally. In this or that place in life, everyone can naturally ask, "What should I do?" Certainly it cannot be required that we grasp today what we must do in order to take the first steps tomorrow to undertake something that is world epoch-making. Karma will bring to us what we are to undertake. What we must do is open our eyes, the eyes of the soul, to truly know and understand the times. What we have to do is not to sleep through this time, but to look into what is happening. The materialism of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch necessarily has taken from human beings, because they had to orient themselves in a purely personal manner at first, to the comprehensive ideas that flow out of the spirit of the time and that we can have in common with the so-called dead. The intellectual stuff that has become so big in our time has taken hold of not only human souls, but also the social and historical development of the age itself. Because of the necessity of history, human beings have, with a certain right, for these things are not to be criticized but rather characterized, given over to machines a lot of what they formerly performed out of their own initiative, out of the organic initiative of humanity. The materialistic age is at the same time the machine age, and this machine age fashions with machines not only what it requires for ordinary life, but the war itself is cultivated by a great machine or machinery. It could not be otherwise. For in the last few centuries, humanity has not only developed to a certain level, but it has also cultivated views within this level that are intended, above all, to give validity to what arises from the making of machines within the outer social order, either in the making of mechanical machines or in the fashioning of social machines. For example, before and up until the war, the conduct of international finance was a great machine. Human beings gave much up to the mechanical. A certain part of humanity wanted to retain of this mechanical element basically only what makes the trivial necessities of life enjoyable. One could say, in the winter, slave away. In the summer, swim, and take only as much as is necessary, so that the world machinery works for one. That became the signature of the age. It is not as if that could not have happened. It is quite obvious that the world machinery had to come into being. To criticize what has taken place is a dilettantism in which spiritual science cannot participate. Yet the matter must be grasped and its peculiarity recognized so that the right impulses can develop in contrast to this. Again and again human beings have come who have already expressed the appropriate ideas for this age. However, those who uttered these fitting ideas in recent decades were considered to be impossible human personalities. Despite the work of these people, who saw clearly how the social structure of humanity around the world must be under the influence of the machine age, such people as Bright or Cobden, the people who came later simply followed the order of the day. People would have had to expend some mental energy to discover what was appropriate in the ideas of Bright and Cobden for the machine age. However, human beings of today shy away from the exertion of penetrating the intellect with the will in order to comprehend reality. They do not want to imbue their thoughts with will. They want to let their thinking aim sentimentally at what gives them a pleasant feeling when they want to edify themselves. Under the influences of such thinking, divested of will, which is so warm and happy with superficial sentimental talk, we accustom ourselves to grasp even the most important questions with weak-willed, cowardly thinking. Above all, we accustom ourselves to learning nothing concerning historical world development. Is humanity then prepared to learn today? Even that should not be spoken as a criticism, but rather as a characteristic. All that I am saying is not meant to criticize, but rather to stimulate the will. We must become clear about how to bring into our thinking the will impulses that can serve the well-being of humanity. Unfortunately, human beings today are not inclined to learn. They let things pass by and discuss them and think they are mastering the will also with discussion. How much meaningless talk has taken place during the time when the disastrous causes of this world catastrophe were being prepared. How much idle talk was inspired by the nonsense suggested by the peace manifesto of the Tsar. All of this unproductive talk happened because people would first have to understand that it was nonsense, and that all this talk was millions and millions of miles away from stimulating a will impulse in humanity. Do people recognize this nonsense? No, for the time being, they do not. What has taken the place of the idle talk about all kinds of world goals in connection with the peace manifesto nonsense of the Tsar, who is now gone? The other nonsense for peace from Woodrow Wilson took its place. The nonsense was replaced with the same nonsense. This shows that humanity does not want to learn. But if we can recognize this lack of desire to learn, then the sacred will for right willing will be enkindled in our souls, the right willing that must proceed out of true comprehension of what is working and weaving in our age. I said in my public lectures that what developed over the last 4 centuries in the historical dream of humanity was expressed like a world program, in quotes, during the 19th century by people like Karl Marx. The impulses were already gone when this world program was expressed. What was expressed was basically the foundation for the historical development of the last 4 centuries. What is the situation today? The situation is such that many people have given up thinking about social connections. They leave it up to professors of national economy who have spoken enough nonsense in the course of recent decades, or indeed centuries. Real social thinking, which must spring from knowledge of the impulses coming from the spiritual world, has been lost in the so-called leading factions. Only one faction placed socio-historical ideas into the world in recent times. That faction, in the esoteric viewpoint, is that of the brothers of the shadow, as compared with the brothers of the people's parties of recent centuries. Social democracy brought socio-historical ideas, even though they were shadow ideas. They were gray shadow ideas of an especially dangerous kind, because they were totally fructified with the dried-up spirit of the last centuries. However, the other factions of humanity lacked socio-historical ideas altogether, because they would have had to borrow these ideas from the spiritual world. It would have been necessary for them not to develop their religious, social, and historical ideas in a vague or unctuous manner, but rather to comprehend social development on the firm basis of knowledge. No one will understand social development in reality if they do not, from the very beginning, understand what has been laid as the foundation of our contemplations and studies here in these last weeks. What the so-called living today can receive from the spiritual world, and what the dead reveal out of their life between death and a new birth, speak the best about this. The new conception of the mystery of Golgotha, which we must approach through the deepening of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, has something to say about it. All that we should let pass through our souls as earnest Christmas thoughts in this serious time. For it is for the salvation of humanity that the being whose birth is celebrated in the Christmas festival entered into earth evolution. This being came not for mere comforting talk for the soul, but so that human souls would permeate themselves with the will to will, with the will to want, if I may use this paradoxical phrase. If this will to will penetrates human souls, it will be the impulse for a yearning for really new ideas, for the old ideas are worn out and of no use anymore. Sometimes we cannot even use the words that signify them anymore. We live in a catastrophic time. To call what is happening a war is already almost anachronistic, as the term has arisen out of the habit of still calling the bottle a gourd. Just as little can we call what is happening war, just so little should one speak of peace lightly in the old manner of comfort-loving hope. Mighty signs are announcing themselves in our time, and it is incumbent upon humanity to attempt to understand these signs. The events transform even while occurring. In 1914, a world event began that one could perhaps call a war between the Entente and the Central Powers of Europe. Behind this war, however, something considerably different is at work. Totally different enemies are facing off. Now a serious symptom announces itself, working and smoldering behind what we quite inaccurately call a war between the Entente and the Central Powers. This is a symptom that consists of the sad clash between the people of northern and southern Russia. It is a significant symptom, even though it could at first fade away, for what smolders under the events of today. People do not like calling things by the right name today, because they do not want to will, because they would rather avoid the seriousness of the time as long as possible, as long as their stomachs do not growl too much. It is a matter of our really developing the will to look into the deeper foundations of events, that we finally for once do away with all superficiality to look things in the face with the eye of our soul. EYE. While we have now let a kind of overview of things pass through our souls, in the next lectures we will have to point out and expand upon a number of things that are connected with the deeper ideas we have devoted ourselves to in these studies. However, I believe that in this time one most honors the mysterious threefold necessity which moves through world development and is the brother of human freedom and the freedom of other creatures, when one does not want to weave a veil over the eyes. Here on this earth we must comprehend freedom. Also in this connection, present-day human beings learn a great deal when they turn their eyes to the dead, because the dead know that freedom, in the time between death and a new birth, comes through what they bring with them from the life between birth and death. Being embedded in the intelligences of the higher hierarchies becomes a natural necessity for us when we pass through the gate of death. and we follow their impulses, just as here on earth a natural event follows impulses of nature out of necessity. Then we are still free when we pass through the portal of death, when we carry into the spiritual world in our soul the knowledge of spiritual becoming and spiritual being that we acquire here in life between birth and death. This is something that is connected in the deepest sense with the mystery of Golgotha. And because this is so, I believe that Christmas contemplations at this time must not be sentimental, but rather must call upon the will to will. Take the Gospels. How much in the Gospels is a call for the will to will? The Gospels are not sentimental writings. They are writings that, though speaking to the most modest element in human nature, also want to awaken in the human being the strength of will that he or she can summon up. The Christmas candles should burn, not only so we can give ourselves over to a happy, festive reflection, but also that they may be the symbols for the kindling of the light of the will that serves the salvation of the world. Humanity has much to make up, to catch up on, and it must be made up. For by developing the force that lies in this making up or catching up, humanity will develop the right healing forces to come out of the present catastrophic time. Humanity was not given the task merely to come into these times. Much more important is the task to come out of them. This task stands as a sacred sign, I believe, written in the blazing script behind all the Christmas candles that have already been burning before our souls for the last 4 years in a different way than they did some years earlier. Let us meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the Basel branch for our Christmas festival. We will gather here Monday at 4:30 p.m. for the first performance of the Paradise play, and I will follow it with a Christmas contemplation for those of our friends who are not detained by something at home, but are here, attending to the work and that sort of thing, and who perhaps would rather spend their Christmas here that day. As the end of Lecture 8 and the end of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, The Influence of the Dead on Destiny.